Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Yeah,
Perfect.
man. Thanks. Thanks for doing it. Yeah, for everyone listening, the previous or one of the previous guests, Sergeant Phelps, recommended you to or me to you, you to me, vice versa. You called
Yeah.
me. I would imagine just to make sure I'm sane, and we were chatting, and I realized I was like, we're already having a podcast, so fuck, I gotta record it. Like we're already getting into it, so I was like, God damn it, all right, fuck it. So yeah, so let's real quick just for because you and I just talked, but no one else knows you. So introduce yourself real quick and kind of what you told me.
Yeah, hey, I'm Dan Libby, United States Air Force retired Senior Master Sergeant. Just spent 26 and a half years in the service. I had a number of jobs over my military career, which included human intelligence, Inspector General. I was a first sergeant for a number of years with a bunch of different organizations, handling pretty much HR type stuff, dealing with health, morale, welfare, discipline, that sort of thing. And now I'm in a transition period in my life and trying to figure out, okay, how can I take all the knowledge that I built in the Air Force and use that to help other people stay safe?
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, let's resume the conversation. You said you wanted to start training, do active shooter training.
Yeah, that's right. So over the years, a lot of the things I've been involved with has kind of played into that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doing threat vulnerability assessments, being engaged in combat on the ground downrange with the Army and the Marine Corps. And I just saw a need, for people to be aware of the threats that are out there, how to prepare for them, and actually really how to avoid them. So I developed a program where I teach situational awareness, how to reprogram your brain to identify threats, how to deal with those threats, and then how to understand people's behaviors, concerning behaviors that kind of lead up to violent acts.
Okay.
And what can we do for intervention? How can we prevent that kind of stuff from happening, right? How do we put people on the right path?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very interesting approach, I think, to the active shooter issue. A lot of different companies are out there right now that are training active shooter response. So what do you do when somebody comes in shooting? Which is all good things to know. I think where some folks miss the mark is that preventative piece. What are the warning signs? How do you recognize those, and then how do you intervene on those behaviors to prevent somebody from going down that path of violence, right? And so that's where my focus is at.
And yeah, some of the things I've seen on just from the 100 million YouTube videos I've watched with, brain half awake over the years. One of them is what to do when someone's shooting. And I remember watching, said it was after Columbine, maybe it wasn't until after Virginia Tech, but it was a shift, maybe it was Columbine. It was a shift in police response, and it was to stop sweeping room to room and even ignore people that may be bleeding out and to go to the shooter, because you got to stop that, or everything that you're, I guess, almost triage, if you will, along the way. If you're leaving this guy out there, he's wreaking havoc and just leaving it forward. So it's like, you got to go, if there's a bad spot in the road and everyone keeps hitting this thing and it keeps fucking up their axle, eventually you got to just go, hold on, let's fix this first. Because if we try to get every car leading up to it, it's just going to go on for infinity. So I guess that would be a change in addressing it, right?
So Columbine was kind of the delineating point in time where tactics for law enforcement response changed. Prior to Columbine, typical law enforcement response was to set up a cordon, get a hostage negotiator in there, try and talk them out, whatever. Since then, the tactics have really completely changed. The first responders, and it's usually the first two law enforcement officers that show up on scene, their job is to push through that building to the threat and neutralize that threat.
Sure.
And this is something that a lot of security guys or and gals, security teams, don't always take into consideration. For instance, let's say you're at a church, right? And you have a security team at the church, and somebody comes in the church, starts shooting, and the church security team engages. And then law enforcement shows up. Well, if the security guys at the church don't have any way to identify themselves, they've just killed that. Police show up and they see somebody with a gun in their hands, they're most likely to engage.
Yes.
We've even seen that in places like New York City and in other big cities where maybe off-duty law enforcement or plainclothes law enforcement officers happen to be responding to a shooting in progress. They engage that threat, and then uniformed responders show up and end up shooting the police officers.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that when I'm going through these courses, I remind people, look, if you have to engage kinetically with a threat like that, then you need to also train to safe and holster that weapon, lay on the ground, and comply with all law enforcement directives so that you can survive the entire event, because it really does put you at risk.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. So when law enforcement officers now press into a building, they're going to step over people that are shot. They're going to be pushing through looking for that threat. And then the secondary response are going to be, the medics, other law enforcement officers, that sort of thing. So it's just something to keep in mind that people often forget about. Hey, I just dealt with this threat, but I could be posing the threat to first responders too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and you got to think it's got to be insane, because let's say that's an awesome mug, by by the way.
Thanks.
That's a badass. You could fucking bludgeon a bear with that thing. Jesus Christ. But yeah, you got to think, if you're in a spot where you just, if let's say you just neutralize, or let's say you're not local, I mean like the institutional security, church, Kmart, whatever, school. And if you just took out your firearm and you just dropped the guy, for lack of a more professional term, you just neutralized him, you killed him. You got to think, you're in that same adrenaline fog of war, if you will, that any survivors and any police officers are. So you might not even be thinking straight. You might see cop cars pull up, and again, this is from someone that's never dealt with any of this shit, so I don't know, but I imagine you're not in the state of mind to comply with orders. Everything's dialed up to 13. You just took out this active shooter. Holy shit. And then, the door opens, and in that millisecond, I don't know how well your brain's slowed time down, but let's say police officers open the door. Are you looking and going, oh, they're police officers? Or are you going, oh, fuck, there's 4 more guys with guns?
Right.
So
there's a lot of things that the body goes through in an incident like that.
Yeah.
Right. The military has been doing better over the years to try and prepare people for that response, the metaphysical response of stress in combat. You do get an adrenaline rush, and a lot of people's reaction changes. The first thing that happens is the fight or flight instinct kicks in. And for people with the fight instinct, they go to that threat and they engage with it, right? The people that have the flight instinct will often freeze. But some things are pretty common, right? Your brain starts kind of really focusing in on what's the immediate thing happening. So time seems to slow down. You start to get a little bit of tunnel vision. Your blood is now flowing out to your limbs, for that fight or flight response. Mm-hmm. And unless you train yourself, your reaction could be actually jeopardizing to you and those around you, right? I'll give you an example. So the first time I was in a firefight, I was in Iraq in 2004, and I was with a team of guys. We were escorting some folks out to the Baghdad Police Academy to do some training, and we were coming back from that event, and we got boxed in on a city street. We had 4 unarmored SUVs, and we had a bus, a pickup truck, and a sedan blocking us in on the road, and then our convoy was ambushed from the rear, right? Okay. So we jumped out of our vehicles, right, and started scanning our fields of fire for threats. And during that engagement, I ended up shooting the driver of the vehicle that was assaulting us from the rear. While I was doing that, one of these guys behind me, an Army corpsman who had never trained with us and never been on the road with us, got excited and turned back to my position and shot 2 rounds right past my head. Now, if he'd have been like 1 degree to the left, or if I'd have taken 1 step to the right, I would have got hit in the back of the grape. Everybody else on that team, we trained extensively for those types of events.
Yeah.
Every single week, part of my job was to study enemy ambushes. How were they initiated? How were they carried out? And then we had a guy named Jack Lynch, who was a Marine Master Sergeant, who would develop quick reaction drills, and we'd go train on those. So everybody else on the team knew how to react because we had drilled it. And that's how we kind of got over that adrenaline rush and pressed through the metaphysical response to that stress, right? But this guy, this corporal, who was a corpsman, I'm not going to give his name because I don't want to speak bad of him directly, but
please don't.
He didn't know how to react because he hadn't trained with us, and his adrenaline kicked in, and he literally didn't even see me standing 20 feet in front of him.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So it can be extremely stressful and hard to know what's going on around you. But the military, like I said, over the years has started to recognize the need for training under stressful environments.
Yeah.
Law enforcement's doing the same thing. One of the greatest inventions in my mind was the development of what they call simunitions. It's basically live ammunition with gunpowder, brass, and instead of a lead projectile, it's a plastic projectile with a paint marker in it. So you get the same sounds, the same smells.
Yeah.
It impacts pretty hard, but it's not lethal.
Yeah.
As long as you got the face mask on, you're not getting hit in the eye, or anything like that.
Yeah.
And so when you train with simunitions, you have all the same stresses going on.
Yeah.
And you learn that, okay, I can take a shot and still keep going.
Okay.
So it helps you push through that adrenaline rush and really stay focused. And so we try and keep an eye on this concept of controlled aggression.
Okay.
A lot of people think, oh man, military guys, they just go out there and shoot everything and just obliterate everything. And no, they don't do that.
Yeah.
We really focus on, okay, what's a real threat, and then engage it and then move on to the next one. It's starting to trickle down to, I guess it used to just be like special forces guys would train for that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
But it's starting to trickle down across the whole force. When I was a first sergeant with the security forces unit in the Air Force, part of my job was to make sure that those guys kept up on their training and stuff like that. And we used simulations extensively for active shooter drills and response drills and stuff like that. And it really helps keep people focused and aware of how they react to those types of events too. So I would highly recommend any security team that's going to do any kind of training for active shooter. One, obviously go get your range time in, you know what I mean? But if you can get some munitions and run some scenarios like that, not necessarily in the place where you work or place of worship or school or whatever, because you don't want to leave, paint marks all over the walls. Just find some place to go do that.
Yeah.
But it'll really help the reaction to those types of things. But even better than that is to be able to identify those concerning behaviors I alluded to earlier that lead up to an act of violence, and identify those things in people early on so that you can divert them onto a path that's healthy and nonviolent, right? So if you look at any of the studies done by like the FBI or the Secret Service, there's anywhere between 15 and 20 behaviors associated with people that commit acts of violence, especially mass shootings. And a lot of those behaviors begin to manifest 24 months in advance or more. Okay. So there's a lot of lead time on this. It's not like somebody just wakes up one day and is like, I'm going to go shoot the shit out of this place.
I always thought it was more of a, maybe not the morning of, but I always thought it was more, it's just my uneducated mind. I always thought it was more of like a month at most, because you got a plan, but at the same time, the more time that go in my flawed view, I figured you would need enough time to plan and to get the weapons and the ammunition, body armor. But it almost seems like if you waited too long, the rational mind would kick in. But I've just had that whole image blown out of the water. So
yeah. So let me walk you through how it kind of unfolds.
Let's go.
It almost always starts with some kind of perceived injustice, right? Somebody did me wrong, or some institution did me wrong. And you take that as an agitation. All of us get upset about all kinds of things. I mean, just look at the news today. People get upset because of the polarization in politics.
Yeah.
They get upset because of global warming or whatever. They get upset about what? It doesn't matter. Economy's good. Well, I'm going to be upset because economy's good. I don't know.
I have to, dude. There are words I have to clip out of this podcast. Not this podcast. My podcast in general, because people get so upset that I'll have my thing taken down. Not anything you said. I mean, in general, I've had podcasts before where and it part of my soul gets crushed because I'm like, I am violently First Amendment, and I'm finding myself censoring myself, and it's just part of me is like, you hollow, hypocritical piece of shit. Like, I need to get one of those like monk whips and just lash myself. But you're right. Okay, so everyone's getting upset about everything. Okay.
Yeah. So there's this perceived injustice. Well, for some people it's fine. I get miffed, I get angry, I get upset about something, whatever. I get over it, I move on. You know what I mean? But it doesn't work that way for everybody. But it kind of starts with that. That becomes a fixation for that person. When you add to it, mental health disorders, things like antisocial disorder and stuff like that, that fixation begins to grow, right? And whether it's a real injustice or not, that becomes the focus of like all of their attention and energy, right? Think about it as somebody who's a stalker, right? They're madly in love with this person, and that person doesn't return as unrequited love, right? And then they get frustrated because they feel rejected, and now they start stalking this person. So that's a perceived injustice that begins to grow through that fixation, right? When it starts to become dangerous or going down that path of violence is when that becomes their sole occupation during their idle time, right? And they do begin to do things to prepare for that. So like you mentioned, they go and collect weapons and stuff like that. And they maybe go get some kind of training, right? And they begin to identify their target and location of their target, right? So all of those things kind of build. But those initial behaviors begin a lot of times, 24 months in advance or longer. There's also this notion or this thing we call leakage. During the process, from the time a person becomes fixated on that perceived injustice, the time they commit a violent act, they can't help but mention it somehow. What their plans are or their intentions or their grievances. Okay, so the grievance piece, that leakage right there gives us a great opportunity to intervene. When somebody starts talking a lot about something that they feel was done wrong to them or somebody did something wrong to them, that's a great opportunity right there for people to get involved. Here's the problem. The problem is they're going to share that information with people close to them. So friends and family members. Friends and family members are going to have biases in their minds about this person's attitude and stuff. Well, they're harmless. They've never really done anything, and they're just miffed, and they've been angry before at things. So, I'm not going to say or do anything about it, right? Other people that are likely to receive some form of leakage are going to be, colleagues. If it's in a school, it might be a teacher that sees it or something like that. But that leakage comes in a lot of different ways. Social media is a big way it comes out. But if you go back to Columbine, these guys they didn't have access to that stuff, right? So they wrote about it.
They wrote journals and journals. Yeah.
And when you go back and look at like Timothy McVeigh, okay, he was talking about his grievances with the government and stuff. But a lot of that he was sharing with, radical militia guys in Idaho that were kind of like him anyway. So what the hell are they going to say about it? Nothing. Right. But that leakage gives us an opportunity to intervene. Right. And the thing is, the more people know about those behaviors and where they could lead, the better they are equipped to be able to divert that behavior. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But as time goes by, that fixation grows. They're planning. They go into this planning phase for this attack. Then that window of opportunity gets smaller and smaller for us to intervene, right? So, for instance, owning guns is not a bad thing. The media will tell you it's evil. Anybody who likes guns is evil. Yeah.
Yeah.
But But the reality is it's not. It's a Second Amendment right that we have. Now, if you have somebody who's been a pacifist their whole life, they have this grievance, they might show some mental health disorders or tendencies, right? And now all of a sudden they're investing tons of money in guns and ammunition. Okay, now our window's getting a little bit smaller on our ability to intervene, right? So it's just one of those things. So I really try and focus on the behavior and detect that behavior, not to label anybody, but just to say, hey, this behavior is concerning. And as it's starting, it might be time to just get some counseling or, maybe pull a person in and talk to them about, hey, what's going on in your life? Why is this a problem? And maybe do some mediation if necessary. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we can avoid or divert those violent acts. It's just something that's not getting a lot of attention.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's such a overused phrase, but there's a slippery slope with, so like, you're saying leakage, they got to talk about it. And it almost seems, again, my inexperienced mind at this, it almost seems like there's almost like that same sort of serial killer, like you want to get found out. There always seems to be a social media post, a status, anonymous or not, that, it could be, this is happening tomorrow, or these kids are going to pay, or you'll remember me. There almost seems to be a desire to have that retroactive breadcrumb. Yeah. That's the right way to, you know what I'm saying? Found.
Yeah. And we've seen that in some of the more recent events, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's that thing where that window of opportunity is getting smaller and smaller. Now that fixation started months earlier, right? And now they're getting the courage, if you will, to commit that act of violence. But yes, there has to be some kind of release because notoriety is also kind of a piece of this, right?
Yeah.
The only real enigma case that I've looked at was a guy out in Vegas, right, that shot up the concert.
Oh, dude, it's
that dude. It even baffled the FBI. You know what I mean? Because there wasn't leakage, there wasn't any of that stuff. It's still undetermined what his perceived injustice was, if any.
Yeah.
What was his motivation? That still, even to this day, has not been solved.
Well, yeah. What do you give any? And I say this every podcast, but I always say it. I love conspiracies for what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Some people really like Harry Potter. Other people really like Lord of the Rings. Those are the conspiracies I like. I like. Again, my logic I always use is like fiction's fun, right? Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. Reality is stranger than fiction. Conspiracy theories are just sexed up, amplified reality. So to me, it's just like the top of the pyramid of conspiracies. So when I bring up conspiracies a lot, not because I'm like this is what's happening, man. It's so much as like they're sexy, but some of the weird ones always have a grain of truth. It's what I always bring up is imagine if it was 1947. Imagine if General Curtis LeMay had just brought in all, Walter Dornberger, Dr. Bloma, Werner von Braun, Arthur Rudolph, all these rocket scientists from Nazi Germany. Mm-hmm. And where do we have them? We had them in Texas, but we also had a lot of them out in Nevada, right? We had them in their own little, almost kind of like the Manhattan Project. We had them in their own little town, secluded from everyone. And what were they doing? They were bolstering the soon-to-be NACA and then NASA program to go to the moon. But just piece all those together real quick. Imagine if you had told... So we look back on that now and we say, it's common knowledge. We took a bunch of Nazis so the Russians wouldn't get them. We wanted their rocket technology to deliver payloads, but we also wanted to go to the moon, propaganda win. And we couldn't let everyone know because we just beat the Nazis 2 years prior. So of course we had to keep them out in this hidden base. But imagine if you were in 1947, you survived the war, gentleman your age... You just came back from, Guadalcanal or something, and you hear a rumor that just 2 years later, did you know they're keeping a bunch of Nazi scientists in a secret base out in the desert, and they're planning to go to the moon? All right, dude, past that. What are you smoking, right?
Yeah.
But that's what happened. That's what happened. So I preface that to say some of the most insane ones happened. The vast majority haven't. But for something that is such an enigma, like the shooter in Vegas, what do you think is? Do you think there's anything that is below the surface, or do you think that's just the natural the mind goes to it like, oh, we don't know what happened, so it has to be something darker. But it's the most he killed the most people of any shooting. He injured the most people. All the security cameras we couldn't get him. We didn't get any tapes of him bringing up 22 long guns.
Yeah.
And no leakage, no anything. Yeah.
Because obviously I don't have access to all the investigative files. That would take probably 20 years and multiple Freedom of Information Act requests to get my hands on redacted copies of anyways, right? Yeah. But looking at what has been made available to the public, I will say the guy was very organized. Mm-hmm. He was planning. I mean, he had traveled to Ohio to stake out some other locations for possible events. He looked at Vegas. He looked at several other places around the country. So he had an agenda. Okay. What makes him, I guess, the enigma is that the understanding of his motive is just not available yet. Mm-hmm. And maybe somebody has discovered that and it's just not public knowledge. Who knows? Okay. But he was well organized, well prepared, well equipped. Okay. Money didn't seem to be a motivating factor for him.
Yeah, what I mean? He was flush with cash.
Nobody could prove that he was in super debt to anybody or anything like that.
Well, he had money. He had money.
Huh?
Didn't he?
He had money.
Yeah, he had money.
There's nothing to suggest that maybe he was terminally ill or anything of that nature. You know what I mean? That maybe, okay, if you just say, this guy had political reasons for committing this act, maybe, he was a gun control advocate and he was trying to prove a point, that, look, until you guys change the laws, these kinds of things can happen. I'm dying anyways because I have this terminal illness, so this is the way I'm going to go out and make my statement. Now, if that was the case, he would have done like most people do in that situation and leave some kind of manifesto. He didn't do that. Right. He didn't say this is why this is happening. So he wasn't making any kind of theological or rhetorical statements of any kind. It was simply he just committed this act. Yeah. So the reason it's such an enigma is because there's no real leads for motivation there. But he was well funded. He was well organized. He was very methodical in his planning. And for whatever reasons he had, which is still unknown, he picked that location. Very, very easy target, like shooting fish at the barrel. You know what I mean? Maybe. And he was methodical in setting up his hotel room.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
and
using freight elevators and using worker elevators to get his equipment and weapons up in there. Rigging the doors in the hallways to make it difficult to respond. Yeah. You know what I mean? Making sure that he had a room with an elevated view, unobstructed view of the concert site. Yeah. I mean, all of this was part of his planning. But again, why? Right? Yeah. That's the one question with him. Why? What was his motivation?
I mean, the one undeniable. I mean, I was going to say preparation. He had a ton of guns. This guy wasn't stupid. He knew they'd overheat. He knew if he was going to be discharging, just putting lead down range, that he would have to jump from gun to gun. Obviously, and it's times of the essence. As soon as you start shooting, responders are coming. Yeah. The only undeniable thing is that I don't even know his name, right? And I don't even want to bring it up because going on what you said earlier, notoriety. When I had Logan, the young man that survived the school shooting, he never once brought up who the kids were, and I realized that's what he was doing. Yeah. And so we never said their. I don't say their names. We mentioned his school when he introduced himself because it was like, take the notoriety, like bleed them of that. Don't let them have that. But what I was going to say is, so I don't even know his name, but what did I say? I know that he killed 59 people, and I know he injured over 500. Yeah. So the one thing that no one can deny is whatever his motive is, no matter how crazy this guy is, he does have the most killed and most injured in any single solo attack. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is like that's what he wanted and that's what he got. And if you really want, let's just look at it as fucked up as you can. If you really want him to get the record as amongst serial psychopathic killers, you would study other people that have done it. And what's one of the things, such as yourself talking about, leakage. Maybe he's looking at it and going, okay, that's their mistake.
Yeah, maybe he's like, I'm not telling anybody.
I'm going to get the notoriety anyway.
In fact, I'm going to send her away.
Yeah, I'm going to get the notoriety anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe this guy was literally just like, I'm gonna be the worst ever, best ever in his mind. Yeah, that one's fucking crazy. But he was also he was a professional poker player, so this guy was a logistician. This guy, but
he was a strategist.
It's dark. But yeah, so what I was saying about preventative steps though is, as with everything, as with every technology or phenomena or whatever, it always has a darker side, and you can look at all these things. We can go preventative steps. Let's use a computer algorithm, and we now know we have a supercomputer modeled what we call leakage. You could even maybe it always seems like shooters have like a face. At least I always think they have. Maybe let's just go down the rabbit hole. Maybe you could have something that looks at most recent social media uploads. What size are his pupils? I don't know. It's just, but it's
funny to say. So when I teach my course, one of the things I open up with on my slides is photographs. It's a collage, right, of all these people that committed mass shootings in the U.S. in recent history, but it's not their mug shots. You know what I mean? It's just them. From their social media accounts or whatever, hanging out with friends and family at different events and stuff. It's like, does this guy look like a mass shooter to you? Does this woman look like a mass shooter to you? And really the only person on there that really does look kind of scary to me is a lady that shot up by, Google or something like that, in Silicon Valley, right? Because she looks just psycho in all the pictures you see.
Jared Loeffler, the guy that shot Gabby Gibbards. Did you ever see his? Yeah, he's a little, but yeah, sorry, go on. I'm interrupting.
But most of them, it's like, you look at those pictures and you go, they're just normal human, normal Americans, right? Normal Americans. There's no real, pattern, if you will, with race, gender, color, age, and, any of that stuff, because it's a mix. It really is a mix. And the reason I show that when I'm teaching my courses is because I want people to realize, hey, when we talk about the bad word of profiling, right? Because that's a bad word these days. Politically, it's a bad word. I do want people to profile. I mean, we do it every day. We have our unconscious bias and things. You look at a truck going down the road and immediately you think, oh, that guy's Mexican. Why? Because it's in Southern California and it's a Chevy truck. Yeah, right. And so you instantly think, oh, it's probably Mexican.
Yeah, he's got a lawnmower or Home Depot shit in there. Yeah, it's that.
Or you're in Alabama, and you see a Ford pickup truck, and you go, that guy's a redneck.
Yeah, or you see an attractive girl with AirPods in, you go, oh, daddy's girl, it's just stupid shit that might not have basis in reality. Yeah,
it's so that happens. I mean, we have unconscious bias towards those kinds of things. We as humans naturally profile, right? Yeah. But what I encourage people to do is get away from the visual profiling and look at the behaviors, profile based on behaviors. So here's some of those behaviors, that I'm talking about. I'm talking about I mentioned, that fixation on a perceived injustice, right? And then that starts to spawn these behaviors, things like stalking or harassing, right? Okay. Increased depression, possible drug use, erratic behaviors, usually associated with, mental disorders, right? Expressions of suicide, writing about violence and weapons, cutting off communications or social isolation, right? Escalating anger or aggression. Somebody who's normally just kind of flatlined or mellow or chill, all of a sudden they're getting irritated about everything, Inappropriate behaviors towards a particular gender, right? Or race or whatever. Showing signs of maybe paranoia, threats of domestic violence, social media posts with alarming content. All those types of things are those alarming behaviors where you can take 2 or 3 of those and go, yeah, that's every single human being on the planet. Yeah, it's every single human being on the planet. But when they start to increase in frequency and volume, you get more and more of those concerning behaviors, and those are increasing in their how they're exhibited and how they're carried out. It becomes a little more alarming. You know what I mean? It becomes a little more alarming. Almost every mass shooter that I've studied, I totally agree. And this information comes from a study that was done on mass attacks in public spaces. It was released by Secret Service in 2018, and it was published in 2019. And then the FBI put out a similar one as well. Okay, and then I went back and looked at all these things that they studied and some other ones, and those behaviors are pretty consistent throughout.
Okay.
Most active shooters exhibited multiple behaviors on those lists, leading up to that violent act.
Okay.
So there's something to be said about behavior, right? So you look at that behavior, it's actually pretty similar to behaviors that we see with people that commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide. That social isolation, the agitation, the aggression, all those kinds of things. The withdrawal, the fixation on something, right? They're very similar. And it's another area I think that we as a nation or as a people, whatever, it's kind of turn a blind eye to. We see those things like, yeah, he's pissed off. He's miffed or whatever. Yeah. Or person's not talking so much anymore. Oh, we get offended by that, right? We got somebody who we talk to all the time, whether it's by text message, whether it's by phone, whether it's by whatever, and then all of a sudden they're not talking to us, and we go, what, I piss them off?
Yeah.
They pissed off me? Well, screw them. Yeah. I'm going to go on and do something else.
Yeah.
Take a step back, right?
Yeah.
Take a step back. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Is that really the case? Or is it something deeper that's going on with that person that warrants some attention and some help? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So those are the things I try and get people to focus on.
Yeah. But it's such a large list, and like you said, any three of them is everyone. So you gotta, who's just hungover, who's just, who just got dumped, who just lost a family member, whose grandma just died, and it's just so. But it seems that it's okay. Well, then we can't just we can't call the threshold 3. Maybe we got to call the threshold 9 or 10, right?
Well, so here's how I take that. And those are all great questions and great examples, because the reality is people suffer depression for different things. Loss of a family member, loss of a job, the economy's taking a dump, gas prices went up another 50 cents a gallon, whatever, right? That's why I go, okay, so it's time to engage with that individual and see what's causing that behavior. Okay. That's where the intervention comes into play. Okay. So I really caution people too about labeling, right? Oh man, somebody's got like 9 of these behaviors. Yeah. They're on a path to mass shootings.
Check. Yeah.
And so I go, no, not really.
Yeah.
Because like I said before, at any given time, most of us will experience or exhibit multiple behaviors that are on that list at any given time, right? It's just human emotion. But that's why I come back to, hey, the people closest to them are going to be the best equipped to identify those concerning behaviors and to intervene. And here's what I mean by that, right? Our family members and friends, those people in our social bubble that we trust the most, we're going to express the most of ourselves to them. They're going to have an understanding of what I call a baseline behavior, right? How am I acting in any given situation, in any normal situation? How do I react or act or interact in that environment with that situation? That's going to be my baseline. When I have a trigger in my life that causes me to react or interact differently in that same situation, that now becomes a deviation to my baseline behavior. That's when it should become concerning, right? Okay. So, for instance, it's the same type of profiling, if you will. There's that word again, profile, right? Yeah. When Nick and I, we're doing interrogations over in Iraq, a big part of our job was to establish a baseline for somebody's behavior. When we're talking to them and asking them questions or having conversation that's non-threatening, what's their body posture like? How are they sitting? How are they responding? What's their breathing patterns like? Are they engaged? Are they leaning forward? Are they leaning back? What's their baseline behavior? And then we would introduce things to them to make them feel uncomfortable, to cause a deviation in that. So, for instance, if somebody's sitting down with their hands comfortably in their lap and they're relaxed and they're discussing things, and then you hit them with something uncomfortable and they start to close up, or they lean back, or they lean into you, that's a change in their baseline. Now, those changes can mean a lot of different things, and there's all kinds of theories on it. As far as like detecting deception and, are they lying? Are they not lying? Are they trying to comfort themselves from stress? Are they not? Like, do they rub their ear? Do they play with their ring on their finger or whatever when they're getting nervous? All of those things, if you understand a person's baseline behavior, you can spot those deviations, and then you can push those deviations from time to time to see what does that deviation mean.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Are they lying, or are they just uncomfortable? So when we get back to concerning behaviors with people that are on that continuum of violence, right? They're leading up to that act of violence. When we see those behaviors and it's a deviation from how they normally act to stressors, well, then let's get with them and talk to them about, hey, what's causing this change in behavior, dude? Why are you depressed right now? And then you find out, oh, my mom just died. Okay, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the grieving process. Let's help you through that. Or, I got fired from work. Okay, let's talk about that. You know what I mean? And you treat it, you don't treat them like somebody you suspect is going to create an act of violence.
Yeah, because that's just
right, or engage in it.
That's the last thing you're gonna, as someone that's like suffered bouts of depression that of just unholy depths. Yeah, I can only imagine. Thank God I have a loving family and social group, but I can only imagine if at my worst, if someone was like, if I slowly realized like they're not checking in on me, they're checking in on me to make sure that they're good. Like, hey, bud, you're not buying weapons, are you? Right? Oh, you're just depressed. Okay, all right, dude. Peace. Like, wait, what? Yeah. Well, now I am angry. It's So it sounds like you're saying it's a social responsibility, but not in the idyllic. Like we all got to look out for each other. No, it seems like almost kind of what we know. Like, hey, like your brother better than anyone. Right. your old roommate. It kind of seems like basic human decency, right? It's just
right.
How do we turn that into prevention? Because basic human decency, it's like, we've all been telling each other, treat others the way you like to be treated since we got out of the trees and got off the plane. So it seems like how do we go deeper than that? Just, all right, everyone listening to this podcast, be kind.
Yeah.
We solved shootings. Let me and Dan here. Thank us later. Yeah.
First off, you have to be willing to understand that you have unconscious bias, right? So the people closest to us are all too often dismissive of those changes in our behavior. They don't think it's something that really warrants intrusion. Because when we're talking about intervention, we're talking about being intrusive. Okay. Like getting somebody to talk about things that they're not talking about on their own. We're trying to draw it out of them, right? To get to the heart of the problem, which causes change in behavior. So now we're going to be intrusive. So we have to have that rapport with that person up front, but we also have to be willing to say, all right, I've noticed a change in your behavior. Let's talk about that. But a lot of times we just dismiss it because we think it's not important enough, right? It's not important enough to talk to them because, they're just having a bad day, whatever. Yeah. And then as time goes on, when you look at those concerning behaviors begin 24 months in advance to a violent event or longer, that behavior becomes accepted as the new baseline behavior. The longer we ignore it and the longer we don't address it, the more we begin to accept it as a baseline behavior. So then it becomes a non-issue to us at all. And then all of a sudden we have a violent act take place, and then they do the investigation afterwards. They talk to family members and friends and stuff. And it's like, oh, yeah, they were exhibiting these behaviors a long time ago. I didn't think nothing of it because I didn't think they were capable of committing a violent act. Yeah. And so I go, hey, it doesn't matter if you think they're capable of committing a violent act or not. Here's what matters. Is there a change in their behavior that warrants discussion? Don't have those discussions. And if it becomes something that you find out quickly, you're not equipped with either the attitude, aptitude to deal with, then go find somebody who is and help that person through that. Lead them to it. It's the same thing with like suicidal ideations, in suicide. It's the same thing. People become socially isolated. We go, oh, well, they're just having a bad day. And now they're just a grump all the time. So whatever, I'm not going to deal with them. You know what I mean? So it's one, understanding that you have biases that prevent you from engaging with that person. So I would say understand that, and then be bold and start asking those probing questions. Don't label them and treat them like they got the plague or they're a leper or something like that. Just look at, hey, dude, how are you doing? Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's talk about this. Yeah. Right? Because here's the great thing about it. If we can get people off of that continuum of violence, right, and onto a healthy path where they can rationally understand the perceived injustices that they have, and for what they really are, and come up with good coping mechanisms to be able to deal and navigate with that and accept it, We won't ever know if we stopped a violent event.
Exactly.
You'll never know.
You'll never, and it almost, you could almost say there's a corollary in the intelligence community. How many 9/11s have been stopped?
Right.
If you have clearance, you might know about it, and that's why the CIA, NSA need more funding. But you're not going out on TV and we prevented an attack, because you don't want anyone that's going to do another attack. You don't want them to know how you prevented it. But it's kind of the same thing. Let's say someone reaches out to me and they talk to me, and on the surface, they might just see that I kind of get better. The most they'll ever hear out of me is, "Hey man, like I was in a bad place, and like, dude, thanks for being there." Like that's like, you're never going to hear someone say, "I was thinking about doing a violent act."
Right.
You're not going to say that. And
Right.
if you were, you might have, I imagine that would be leakage. You'd say, "I was thinking about doing a violent act, then things got better, but now it seems like everything's fucked." Bada bing, bada bing. And now it's, I mean,
once a leakage starts, that window of opportunity to intervene effectively gets smaller and smaller, right? Because as their fixation grows and as their anger and whatever towards the object of their fixation grows and their planning begins, that's when leakage kind of starts, right? And so at that point, they're kind of starting to derail from the track.
Yeah.
And it's harder to keep that train on that track at that point. And that's why I tell people, hey man, focus on the person.
Yeah.
As soon as those concerning behaviors start to show up. Because here's the thing. The main theme with a lot of these people that commit acts of violence, have some kind of mental health issue that they need help with.
Yes.
And that's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay. We in this country don't do a good enough job of dealing with the mental health side of crime. We don't do it. It's easier to blame guns. It's easier to blame politics. It's easier to blame, whatever. But the reality is we have a lot of people that are struggling with their mental health that aren't getting the treatment they need. They're just not.
I had on several episodes ago Sergeant James Lucero, police officer in Colorado, and he talked about his 21 years on the force, and he talked about he's like Reagan's cutting of and this is like a right leaning guy, so it's not even like he's shitting on, but he's saying like Reagan's cutting of like psychiatric hospitals, and then he's talking about statistics of like the amount the population has grown between these two dates is 25%, but the prison population has grown by 100%, and he said they all overlap. This isn't a coincidence. He goes, he talks about an individual that he shot and killed, and he prefaces it by saying, he's like, this guy did not have to die, and he's like, he was mentally ill. He was someone that had been checked on before, like a wellness check, and it was, I might be butchering this, but he's like, open the door and there's just like defecation on the floor. He's like, this is someone that's like, they didn't get fucked over, they didn't get fired, they didn't get dumped. This is someone that cannot care for themselves. And he's like, and if, we can say, well, not my problem. He's like, well, these are the kind of people that, they do come out as, this is the guy that, fuck it, I'm not getting arrested, I'm pulling out a gun. Or this is the guy that shoots up a school. This is the guy that does something. It's, but again, it's very easy to sit here and say, we've figured out what's wrong. But how do we fix it? Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, you're fine. You're perfectly fine. No, you're going down the right track, right? We can't, I'll put it this way. We can't rely on federal, local, or state governments to fix this problem.
Yeah.
We can't rely on them to do that. As much as I love the law enforcement, I have a lot of dear friends of mine that are in the law enforcement community. Everything from beat cops, to homicide detectives, right? Love those guys. Fully support guys and gals. I say guys, it's gender neutral. By the way,
guys and gals. I call everyone dudes, dude. I was literally trying to talk to a girl the other week, and I was like, "What's up, dude?" And she said, "I'm not a dude," and I was like, I was like, "What? No shit." Sorry.
So but the reality is, when an act of violence takes place, it's a local event. Local to your area that it's happening in. And by area, I mean like the 20 feet around you. Most of these events take place in less time than it takes to actually notify law enforcement.
Yeah.
And they either end with self-termination, suicide, suicide by cop, or they get killed by somebody intervening on the scene, right? So law enforcement cannot prevent these things from happening where you work. They can't prevent them from happening at the park that you go to. They can't, prevent it from happening. They just can't, right?
It's the nature of it.
So it's up to us as Americans, as human beings, right, to be prepared to deal with it immediately. Also, be prepared to prevent it. So there's nothing in place in our medical construct, right, that gives a medical professional the ability to put somebody in care against their will as an adult, right? Unless they're in custody.
In Florida,
put it this way.
In Florida,
right?
In Florida, you can.
Oh well, maybe Florida,
but there's
right?
one state of 49 that aren't. Yeah, in
okay.
Florida, you can. Yeah.
So here in California, where I'm at, right, I had a case where one of my airmen became suicidal, had a suicide attempt. All right. He was under investigation for cocaine use. He had been benched from his job. He's got this investigation pending. He had relationship issues with his fiance. And one night, the two of them got into a fight. She beat the crap out of him. Okay. She got arrested. He ended up trying to commit suicide with a bunch of pills and alcohol, right? Ends up in an ER. I get a phone call from the hospital saying, hey, this guy just walked out of the ER. We don't know where he's at. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, it's freezing cold outside, and all he's got on is basketball shorts. And he's like one town over from he's like 30 minutes from where I live, right? So I had to jump in the truck, head out and find him. We eventually, me and a buddy of mine found him taking, a shelter in somebody's van about 2 miles from his own apartment. He was hypothermic and tachycardic when we found him. We got him in the truck, took him back to the ER. They saved his life, and he was able to stay in court and pay his penance to society for his drug use, right? All good things. But in between the time that he had the suicide attempt and the time that he actually had his court case, we tried to convince the medical community to put him in inpatient care, right? Because this guy needed it. He needed detox from the drugs. He needed some help with his emotional issues, his mental health issues, to get past the crisis point that led him to choose suicide as an option, right? We needed this to happen. And really the safest place for that to happen is in inpatient care.
Yes.
He said, I don't want to go. The medical community says, then you're not going, right? So now I had to assign people on 4-hour rotations to watch him 24 hours a day from that point on until the time he actually went to jail for, following his prosecution for the drug use, right? So this lasted about 2.5 months, where now I've got to send resources and manpower to watch this guy.
Insane man hours.
Yeah, which was fine.
Yeah.
Right? Which was fine because it kept him alive.
Yeah.
And then it helped him detox. And, once he was finally in jail, he was able to actually go through some programs in the military to help him understand the hazards of using drugs, and especially hard drugs and stuff like that. And from what I understand, when he got out of jail, he moved back home to where his parents were and stuff and got a job, and he's being productive again, which is all good things, right?
Yeah, shout out.
Like a victory story.
Shout out, dude. Stay anonymous, but shout out, dude.
But it was one of those things where I come back and I go, look, there's no apparatus in place that the government has put in place to take care of these guys. Yes. So we had to do it. And so I take that example of how us in the unit, in that military unit, rallied around this guy and basically gave him a suicide watch for 2.5 months, right? We kind of got to do that with our family and friends too. Not to that extent, but again, when I go back to these behaviors, these concerning behaviors, when they start to manifest, we just need to put our arm around them and say, hey, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. And in today's day and age where we have so much bombardment from technology, where, younger people, younger than me, right, their social network is all on the computer or all on their phone. They're missing that high touch with their fellow human beings. And I think that's another thing that may be contributing, to mental health erosion, or at least a lack of resiliency, when it comes to processing emotions and feelings and stuff like that, within our society. I think that could be a problem. Now, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychologist. I'm a human intelligence guy by trade.
Yeah.
So I deal with human beings, but so I've got to say that a lot of these things are my opinions. Not backed by scientific fact.
No, I've had people that and that does seem like and if there's one thing I love more than interrupting people, it's being the devil's advocate. And I was always for that. I think more technology, just we're less human. But I look at myself. I live at home. I haven't had exactly a pop in social life in a couple years. Since I started this podcast, I've laughed more. I've learned more. I've met new faces. I consider them all my friends. I consider you my friend. I have met, that has helped me. That has helped. I've lost 17 pounds since I started this podcast.
Good for you, man.
Not good, because to me, so I don't drink, right? So it's not like I get jazzed up for my podcast. So for me, what's the best way I can, and I don't prepare for them because I purposely don't prepare. That's my selling point. So what do? What are the best things I can do? Okay, I know I need at least 8 hours of sleep, or I'm a little bitch. I know I got to get in a workout. I got to do some cardio. I got to throw around some weights. And I know I got to meditate, slow the thoughts down.
Yep.
So in that sense, technology, and this is just being devil's advocate, it has really nothing to do with what we're talking about. But in that sense, being on my phone and computer has helped me more than anything else in the last 2 months. But what I was going to say is, I think a big thing is it's obviously it falls on the shoulders of everyone to help to look out. But I would also say the people who have survived. So, for instance, I lost my oldest sibling to suicide in April 2014. I have been more of and so have my family members have been more of. I have reached out to more people in that time than 10 times the entire 23 years before that. Yeah. And the thing is I think, and this goes to people that have when I say survive, it's like, and he has survived by. So I would say, and it sucks because when you are a survivor in that sense, really the last thing you fucking want to do is be involved in any of this shit. You're just like, I don't want to think about it. But unfortunately, I do think the responsibility is tenfold for individuals like myself, because you can talk to potentially suicidal individuals in a way that no one else can. So one of my now best friend, individual who I've never met in person, served in Iraq and Kuwait, same age as me. I made a post about like 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, about surviving my sibling's suicide, and he messaged me. I was like, "Hey man, it's a beautiful story. Like, wish I could get my life together." And I was just like, I'll bite. And I was like, "What's up, man?" He's like, "Well, I got out of the military. He lost his best friend in combat, PTSD. Had been drinking nonstop for 7 years." He was like, I'm just worried about withdrawals and everything. And I was like, hey, man, well, if the withdrawals don't kill you, the alcohol will eventually will, because it's going to give you the courage to pull the trigger. And he responded, and he said, no one's ever spoken to me like that before. And I was like, because I know through my own trials that sometimes you need someone to just cut through all of that. But if I was just some dude saying that, you wouldn't want to hear it. But when you hear it from someone who's, and by the way, I know what it's like to lose someone, you're almost a little more open to having your ego kicked in the dick, And mind you, this dude now has an 8-pack. This dude now has a better fucking sex life than James Bond. He's just balling out, and he always tells me, he's like, dude, thank you so much. But I think there's definitely a responsibility for people like, okay, that you send your guys over and made sure that guy survived. Yep. But there's a sense of, because people in that position need to be talked to directly, but they can really only be talked to directly by individuals that have been in that area. Yeah. If Bill Gates tells you, just work through it, man. It's like, oh, dude, I get it, but I can't really listen to you. But if someone else who made it and then lost it all and then made it, it's like, hey, dude, hey, man, I know what it's like to, you don't have anywhere to go, so you end up jacking off in your car because you don't have any privacy. Like, some shit like that. If someone says that to me, I'm going to listen to it a little more, Yeah. That was a very weird analogy. But, you get what I'm saying, right?
I'm tracking what you're saying, yeah. And I would also venture to say that this guy that you were able to cut through all that crap with, right, and actually reach, you probably had some measure of rapport with him leading up to that. right?
You had some sort of what?
Some level of rapport. Like, you talked to this guy before about other things. You had any level of trust or no?
No, we just freeballed it right there, and I think that's why.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's what I told him. I was like, personally, I'm free to tell you this, that you need to stop drinking, or it's going to kill you, or the withdrawals are going to kill you, or you drinking is going to give you the courage to pull the trigger. And I remember telling you, and I said, I can find the conversation. I was like, and I'm saying this because I don't know you, so technically, I was like, it's not gonna destroy me. It's not going to destroy me. I was like, I hope you don't go.
So let me ask you this. If you knew him previously,
would I have talked to him like that?
Well, would you even have suspected that his comment, was something concerning?
You're right. Probably not. Bingo. Yeah, you're right. It was sort of it's you and I. We don't know each other. You and I have known each other for an hour. Yeah. I'm much more open to just cut through all the bullshit with you than if I had known you for 20 years. Are you acting different because you recently retired? Maybe you don't know what to do with your time. Maybe you're just, you got shit to do next week. You're right. You're right. How do I, that's exactly right. Yeah.
So when I go back and we talk about, the people closest to the individual that start showing those concerning behaviors, we go, maybe I engage, maybe I don't. I mean, there's more dynamics going on with that relationship than with a total stranger. Right. But you having lived through the loss of your brother, and you know what it's like to be a survivor of someone who commits suicide, right? Just quick thing about me. So I almost lost one of my daughters to a suicide attempt, when she was 15. And now she's 23 and she's doing great. And we got her the help she needed. And
shout out.
And us as a family, we went and got counseling to learn how to deal with it and help her and how to heal from that event as a family too. Because there's all this emotion, as you would well know, that goes along with that. Okay, so when I started peeling back her behaviors leading up to that day, I'm like, how the hell did I miss this stuff?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how did I miss those signs?
Yeah.
Right? And I missed them because of my unconscious bias, because of our relationship. And then on top of it, I'm trying to maintain a relationship with her. And she was kind of a feral kid back then, too. I mean, let's just call it like it is. She was a little wild, right?
Yeah.
I didn't want to do anything that might damage my relationship with her. So I was a little more reluctant to be intrusive, right? So there's that dynamic as well. And so those are all things that we just need to kind of get over in ourselves, or at least understand that we have those dynamics and those hangups and those biases, right? And that we need to push through them to just get to the heart of the matter, like you did with that guy that you had no previous contact before, right? So, just kind of a side note there. We got to be bold.
Yeah, it's, and I, not only do I not know if I would have been as blunt with him had I known him, I don't know if I would have talk to him at all had I not, because there were, like you, I look back at my brother, the times leading up to it, but then on the other hand, sometimes I look up and I'm like, I still don't see all of them, and it really he was just an under the radar guy, brilliant dude, brilliant guy, and I think that's one of the, and then another thing is you don't always want to address everyone, because hey man, I know you don't want to talk about this, but because I had approached him years prior about just different stuff that doesn't need to be talked about, but wasn't always well received. And at what point are you like, well, I don't want to ruin my relationship with my brother, what am I saving? And so, but that's what helped me with my buddy, I won't say his last name, but Miguel, the veteran. That's what helped me was like, I don't know you. I was like, and I don't have anything to save. And actually, you know what? I would go back on what I said. I have talked to friends before that I talk to them in a way I normally wouldn't, because I'm like, there is nothing. It does not matter if I save my friendship with you if you are not literally saved. Okay, cool. You went to the grave, but we were boys to the end. No, I would rather. And I've had that confrontation with friends. Like, I'd rather you fucking hate me, but know that everything's all right. And and it's a confrontation. And some of the time, 6 months later, you'll get like a, hey, dude, thanks for being there with me. Other ones, I would say I still have messed up relationships because nothing really was going on. And and it's, So you got to weigh, like, okay, I have some friends that I might actually have lost forever because I was just very fuck you. I know what's right for you, and the reality is I'm in tunnel vision from losing my brother. Yeah. It's a delicate dance. Do you care if I run to the bathroom real quick?
No,
right back.
Good.
Not live, but recording. So yeah, we had to go piss and get coffee and shit. But so let's just, I don't even remember what we were talking about, so let's just jump the fuck back in it.
So we kind of been bouncing around on the
preventative
actors, right? So
yeah.
That's just one portion of it, though. Again, trying to get people to understand what those behaviors are, how to engage with somebody and get them help they need. And it goes beyond preventing violence. It goes into things like we were talking about, prevention of suicide. Mm-hmm. It goes into just helping somebody strengthen their mental resiliency, to things that they come in contact with in life. They cause them to be depressed or, upset or whatever. Sure. It's just something that we need, I think, more of in this country. We just don't have it, right?
Yeah.
Interesting thing, when I was in England, I was stationed in England for a while, and I noticed, like, the town I lived in this tiny town called Chatteris. Okay. It was a little village, like 30 miles away from the base, out in the middle of what they call the fens.
Yeah.
It used to be like swamp area until the Roman occupation. Then the Romans came in and dug out these big canals and drained the swamps, right?
Yeah.
And created all this lush farmland and whatnot. So they called it the fens. And people in those villages have a tendency to be born there. They grow up there.
Yeah.
They get married there. They have children there. They die there. They never leave there.
Yeah.
Like a trip to London it's so far away, like why go to London?
Yeah.
So I was the only American in this town, and I'm driving around looking around like, wait a minute, of all the businesses, little businesses and whatnot in this historic market town, there must have been 10, 15 lawyers there. Hold on one second.
You're fine.
I'm going to go help the kid 2 doors down to drunk his truck. Someone take the truck.
Yeah.
He's got the cables, so it's the black is the ground, red is the...
Yeah. So anyway, there was like 2 pubs in town. There was Honest John's and the Cross Keys, right? Cross Keys was only open like one day a week when the constable came to town. Like, we didn't even have a police station there, right? The constable would come around like once a week. And so the Cross Keys pub would like be open when he was in town. Otherwise, you could never find that place open.
Yeah.
And then Honest John's, which was in stumbling distance from the house I rented, that was open all the time. But other than that, in town, there was probably 12 to 15 solicitors, AKA lawyers.
Oh, okay.
There was no medical in town. There was none of that stuff. There was no, mental health counseling or anything like that. And I thought, well, if you need to enter into a business agreement or dissolve a marriage, this is the town to do it because all the solicitors here. But, if you need to get your teeth fixed, it's the wrong place to do it because there's no dentist in town, right? And it's like Austin. Everybody in that town had Austin Powers teeth.
Yeah.
Probably not just because there was a lack of dental hygienist, but also because it was the fens and they're all related.
Genetic diversity. Yeah.
And if anybody hears this on the fence, please don't take offense. I know that you all understand that you're called locals by the people in Cambridge. It's good.
Yeah. It's nothing but love, guys.
Nothing but love. But it didn't take long for me to understand why there was no mental health providers there. Because the pub culture there is so much different than it is here in the U.S., right? Okay. Here in the U.S., you go to a bar, you get drunk, you watch a football game, whatever, and you leave. And there, it's really more of a social thing. I saw people doing business deals in the pubs. People having normal conversations about life, right? It was a place where people would go from town at the end of the day. They put the kids to bed or whatever, and 7, 8 o'clock at night, everybody goes to the pub, and they just socialize, just talk.
Talks.
It wasn't one of these places where, like I said, here in America, you got like loud music or you got tons of TVs with different sports going on. It's like, no, man, there's a peat fire burning over there.
Yeah.
You got, 100 people from town in the pub. They're talking politics. They're talking world events. They're talking about stuff going on in their lives. They're talking about making business deals and purchasing whatever, supply chain, you name it. Everything's happening there. Everything is happening there in the pub. I got to think about it.
You probably don't need mental health care there.
No, because there's so much human interaction taking place. right?
Yeah.
That the high touch that people need, that affirmation that people need, right, is being satisfied.
Yeah. Well,
it's being satisfied.
Yeah.
And so they have fewer instances of violence. They have fewer instances of suicide, and suicidal ideations. They have fewer issues with that because I think mentally, and I'm not advocating going out and drinking, right? I'm not saying, you got to go drink. What I'm saying is their culture, at least in that town, it helped develop a greater sense of community, and that social pillar of resiliency was more intact there than I think any place I've ever lived.
Yeah.
Simply for that reason.
Yeah. It's, where some of my extended family's from is a small town in New England. And man, so I've moved around my whole life. New Hampshire, Arkansas, New Hampshire, Georgia, Maine, Georgia, and some more. It's, and even where I'd live, it was always outside big cities. And yeah, man, it's one thing. I still get it when I go, I like bigger, I like cities more. I just do. But goddamn, if there's not like a certain like tug at the heartstrings when you go to these small towns, and it's just people are just have a get together, and it's just it's no like formal. It's just people showing up and walking away. Snowmobile. There's no time, and it's everyone knows everyone, and it's everyone, and it's not just like some shallow. Hey, how you doing? It's very like. That so-and-so's niece is 6 months along with their second daughter. Right. Even if it's Bob from the mill, Bob's grandma, how she's very old. Well, she passed last. Oh, okay. That's why Bob's not here. So we should all go bring some food to if there's not something where you're there, it's almost like getting into a hot tub and then getting out again. And you go in there and you're like, okay, like a pool is cool because it's huge, but you're like, God damn, that hot tub was cozy, like and and it's almost like you can't have everything. It's like, with those small towns, but you're also you're not gonna have skyscrapers and international airports, and it's there are limitations that come with that. I went to a small school in South Georgia before I went to UGA. I went to Valdosta. For hey, Valdosta in the news, the dean was just arrested for child sex trafficking, so fuck that place. But down there, it was, even my 2 years there, like, god damn if there wasn't a community. But there was also, that was a time capsule to 1865 that was racist as fuck. And it's like, oh, this is the other side of the coin. Now, luckily in New Hampshire, it's not like that. But yeah, man, but to go back on what we're talking about, you're up there, and maybe it's like an idyllic, like it's because I'm not from there, it's all new to me. Maybe it's that. Maybe if I spent a year there, I'd be like, fuck this place. But like, god damn, if there's not, my whole life, every time I go up there, if there's not this just like, god, you feel like everyone's, you feel like you're good. You need
Getting a refill on the
coffee.
Okay,
I was gonna say
switching
we're swapping mugs.
Yeah, okay.
Swap for the mugs.
I got a hot swap.
Come on in, Jay.
Thanks, hon.
All right.
Yeah, but if there's
she
not,
takes good care of me. I love that gal.
Yeah. I love you. But if there's not like a, I don't know how else to describe it, but it's almost like a garden. You throw something out and throw some seeds on the asphalt. Yeah, some are gonna break through the cracks and they're gonna find a little bit of grass. But like, if you take seeds and put it in a nice lush, I don't know, like someplace like the fence, and like water it with sun, and like, it's not gonna be that, okay, well, some will bloom. It's actually gonna be a deviation from the norm if a couple don't bloom. And that's what it almost feels like. And granted, these small towns are also, you're going to find much more economic disadvantage there. So it's not all roses and rainbows, but god damn if it doesn't feel like, it almost seems like it'd be odd if someone went off their rocker here. You don't hear about shootings in towns like that where every single, and this isn't just like a gun thing because literally every single person there has a gun on their hip. It's like, well, no, there's something beyond that. There aren't shootings. What is that? What is it? Do they all know each other? Is there some sort of social, there are suicides from economic times, but like, because those blue collar places tend to hurt more and first, but there's never a shooting. And I don't think it's just because everyone's armed. If you wanted to shoot, there are still schools there. If you wanted to inflict hell, there are still places to inflict hell. But you never hear about it. You always hear about it in big places where you don't know your neighbor. And I don't think it's as simple as, there aren't shootings because they all know each other. No, if you're shooting, chances are you don't give a shit if it's who you know or not. If you're in that place mentally, chances are that's probably out the window. There has to be something else, and I feel like it's something like you're talking about, like the bar. It seems like there's something.
Yeah, funny thing was, man, about that town Chatteris, right? It took me one time having dinner down at Honest John's, which literally, like I said, was in stumbling distance of the house, right? It was like 3 blocks away.
Yeah.
For everybody in town the next day to know that a colonist moved into the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Right? That colonist or that Yankee.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it didn't take 24 hours, man, and everybody in town was like, "Oh, we got an American living in here."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So the next night I go to Honest John's, right? Grab some fish and chips and a pint, and all of a sudden people are talking to me now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it just became a normal thing, just a normal event.
But you probably felt welcome.
Yeah. Well, to some extent, they were kind of standoffish at first because they were like, I mean, who's this American guy?
To be expected, but you probably felt welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm good at talking to people, because I remember being in kindergarten or 3rd grade or 5th grade and moving to a new place and knowing what it's like to know nobody. And I always knew the quickest way to make friends was to just, make someone else feel welcome. But to tie that back into what we were talking about earlier, with preventative measures, pattern behavior.
Yeah.
One thing.
Yeah. So it's social health.
Yeah.
Really.
It's
kind of a type of social health.
One thing I always find helps is, yes, it helps that, I have an experience with this, so I can talk to people more and they're probably more willing to listen. But even before that, before I had that sort of, I guess, cred, if you will, I've lost someone, I know what it's like. One thing I always found was I would always go in, and whether I was being truthful or not, it didn't matter. I would cut myself down a few inches before talking to them. I'd be like, "Hey, man, I reckon and oftentimes I would just completely make something up, but it would just be to sort of disarm myself first. It'd be like, "Hey, man, I see you haven't been talking a lot, dude, and I mean, I've been there, dude. I've been broken up with 3 straight girlfriends now, man. Some days I just make shit up. Mm-hmm. But anything to just sort of, instead of being like, "Hey, are you okay? What's hurting?" Instead of just being like, "Hey, man, I know when I'm down, I don't talk to people." And, and then I'd chop myself down, just make shit up. "Yeah, I watch Sex in the City and I cry and I eat ice cream. I doubt you're as bad as that, but do you want to talk?" You can sort of, if you make yourself in a much worse place, if anything, they're going to laugh and be like, "No, I'm not there." But but X, Y, Z, and you start talking.
Well, having commonality with somebody, establishing rapport with somebody. I mean, it goes a long way for a lot of different things. Just normal social interaction, right? Mm. It's just how we get along as human beings. Yeah. It just is. But it's harder to break through with somebody who is, got some mental erosion, some mental health erosion going on, right? And they're on that path to violence. It gets tougher to break through to them the further along that road they get. So at some point in time, we do have to consider the reaction piece, right? Okay. So if we look at the behavior and we look at the behaviors and concerning behaviors leading up to that, and we don't intervene or nobody intervenes or nobody calls it out, nobody says, "Hey, this is happening, we need some help, give you some air support," whatever, and they commit a violent act, now what? Right? Then it's the now what? And that's something, like I said, I strive to try to avoid the now what scenario when I provide this training and stuff. But eventually, we get to a point where it's reality. So let's talk about it in facts, right? Okay. So here's some facts. Even though the news sensationalizes a lot of shootings in houses of worship, right? That's actually, of all the public places, the least likely place to get hit.
Really?
Is a church. Yeah. I'm looking to pull up the numbers right here on my computer while we're talking.
You're good.
So
Is that light bothering you? I just realized.
No,
Okay.
nope, not at all.
All right.
Nope,
Sorry. Keep going. Keep going.
So places where people work are historically the most targeted locations for acts of violence from active shooters, right?
Okay.
Followed by open spaces, parks, that outdoor concert in Vegas, that sort of thing. Schools is actually number 3 on the list, number 3 on the list. Number 4 on the list is transportation. So public transportations, buses, subways, all that kind of stuff. And houses of worship are actually the bottom of that list. They're number 5 out of the top 5, right? Or out of 5. So it's actually more likely to happen where you work than anywhere else.
Okay.
And this is where people don't often think about it. It's like, well, I come to work every day, I'm safe here. Let's talk about safety.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about safety and security for a minute. Get past the piece where we're able to detect somebody committing an act of violence. Let's go to the random actor, right? Somebody who maybe doesn't work there, but maybe is affiliated with somebody there. If we look at domestic violence, per se, domestic violence follows kind of the same pattern. You have a domestic partner who becomes, has this perceived injustice by their spouse or their lover or whatever, right? They become fixated on that. They begin stalking them and beating them or trying to control them or whatever. And sometimes that can show up at your place of work, right? So who's going to know that this guy's got concerning behaviors or this gal's got concerning behaviors when she shows up one day and just starts shooting the place up or whatever, or who knows what they do, right? So you have to be prepared to deal with the what if. And a lot of businesses are pretty good with their physical security to some extent, right? But it's dealing with that hostile person. How do you de-escalate that situation? If they're not armed, it's a lot easier to do, right? If they are armed, then that ups the stakes for everybody, right? But verbal judo is a great thing to use in the moments where somebody's not armed, but they're escalating their aggression.
Verbal judo?
So somebody comes into where you work and they start screaming at somebody else, right? Okay, so you can tackle them, you can, subdue them, whatever, or you can get between them and the person they're yelling at, right, and start engaging them in conversation and bringing them down from that moment of anger to a place where they can talk and then you can get them out of there, right? So it's some verbal judo techniques can be effective in that situation. For instance, when somebody's excited or agitated or what have you, and their voice is being raised and they're cussing a lot and stuff like that, and you address them by their name and you talk to them calmly and softly, they have to listen closer to what you're saying. And that actually immediately begins to take somebody's agitation level down because it's forcing them to breathe a little bit more so that they can hear you a little bit better, and it slows down their heart rate, and there's a physical change that takes place in their body that just by doing that, addressing somebody by their name, Thomas, Tom, Tommy, whatever you go by, probably Tommy, right? If I'm addressing you as Tommy, right, then you hear that, it's kind of a subconscious soothing to you because it's something you identify with and you recognize. So little techniques like that can actually begin to immediately de-escalate the situation. Yeah. And then moving on to verbiage where you use I statements instead of you statements and stuff so you don't come across accusatory, right? Asking open-ended questions. Like, hey, what's going on? Can we talk? Would you like a cup of coffee? Yeah. Would you like a glass of water? Let's move over here, right? Yeah. And you do that with that low tone, and it starts bringing them down and down and down, and then you can escort them out the door. Now, when they come in with a weapon of some sort, the dynamics totally change. But verbal judo is a thing that kind of covered in some of these courses too. Like, how do you de-escalate that scenario in a non-weapon when there's not a weapon introduced, right? And then, of course, we go and talk about what do you do if there's a weapon introduced? Do you barricade? Do you run? Do you whatever? The normal train of thought, and I think the consensus is basically this: run, hide, fight. Right? Those are the 3 things. Get out of there if you can. Don't stop moving. Right? If you can't get out of there, barricade yourself in there. Right? And if all else fails, then fight back. And if you get to a point where you have to fight back, you have to be in the mindset of, I am going to literally eliminate this guy from the planet.
Yeah.
You have to be like, you got to be like a Wolverine or a honey badger, 100% committed.
Zero-sum game, because if I don't, it's going to kill me.
Yeah, it's got to be game on at that point, and you got to be 100% committed. And you got to be kind of creative too, right? Okay, they got a gun. What do you have in arm's reach that you can use as a weapon? Any object that you have, this mouse, that now becomes a weapon, right? Okay. If I can throw it at your face and you're walking here with a gun, now you're distracted enough, at least for a brief moment in time, where I can close the gap between you and I. Okay. Right? So everything should be considered as a weapon. A chair, a hot cup of coffee, anything. You know, if you don't have a weapon. And you just got to go until that person is completely no longer a threat or authorities eventually show up. But when we look at the shooting in Texas, where at the church down in Texas recently, where the security team, the security guys shot the perpetrator, that whole entire event took place in 6 seconds. That's it. That's less time than we give people to ride a bull at a rodeo. You know what I mean? We give them 8 seconds to win the belt, right? And in this case, it was 6 seconds and it was over. This guy had some obvious behaviors. Well, I say obvious. I know what I'm looking for. But there was behaviors that this guy, he showed signs when he came in. He was disguising his face with a fake beard. He was wearing a watch cap. He was carrying a shotgun underneath his jacket, right? Which means,
what's a watch cap?
Like a beanie.
Oh, okay. I was thinking watch.
No, like a hat, like a knit hat or a beanie, right?
So this guy's now committed. We're not looking at preventative. We're not looking at days leading up. This is a guy on the scene, mode. Ready to do the. But before he started shooting.
So before he started shooting, when he came into that church,
I got you.
He had a fake beard. He was wearing a disguise. That's what it comes down to. He was wearing a disguise, and he used a shotgun. Now let's go over some behaviors real quick that you can visually observe, to determine whether or not somebody may or may not be a threat. There's this thing we call printing. When people are carrying a weapon under their clothing, a lot of times it's bulky. Okay, it will show. It'll bulge. You know, you hear law enforcement and stuff talk about, okay, if the clothing doesn't match the weather outside, that should get your attention. Yes. Even more so, what should get your attention after that point is, how is that person's gait? How are they walking? Are both arms swinging at the same distance and rhythm and pace, or are they not? People that are not used to carrying a weapon typically will subconsciously try and protect that weapon by dragging that arm or keeping that arm closer to their side. So their gait becomes non-consistent on both sides, right? Their pace and everything becomes off. Or they will adjust. They'll be constantly adjusting their clothing or whatever to make sure it's still there. It's not falling out. It's not being seen by anybody, whatever. So there's those visual cues that go, I need to pay more attention to this person. Now, if I'm a member of a security team and I see this coming in the lobby, right, I'm going to go engage with that person and talk to him. Because now I get to see by talking to them, are they agitated? Are they trying to avoid eye contact? Are they trying to avoid conversation with me? You know, are their pupils dilated? Are they not? Are they showing signs of stress? Right? Is their face flushed? Are they starting to sweat a little bit? You know, are they agitated or fidgety? You know, that kind of thing. All right, so now maybe I don't let them into where there's a mass gathering of people, right? So this guy obviously had intentions of going to that church to shoot the place up. He did not want to be recognized. We know that from the disguise that he wore, which told me initially when I read the initial reports on it, that his object of fixation was somebody at that church. He had plans to assault them, and he did not want to be stopped because he got recognized. So the initial report I read gave me that profile of him, right? I developed that profile. Follow-up reports proved that profile to be correct. Okay, he had gone to that. He was a homeless guy. He'd gone to that church several times to get food from their food bank, but got agitated with them when he asked for money. They wouldn't give him any money. So that might have been part of that whole perceived injustice and the fixation and everything else that led up to that event. But then we go. These guys at this church, they had a security team. They had a prior law enforcement guy there with a security team. They work carrying concealed. They train. They go to the range and they practice shooting and stuff like this. And I mean, to hit an 8-inch target at 50 feet with a pistol is pretty damn tough.
That's some Delta Force shit.
That's a lot of range time.
Yeah.
Now, to do that while your adrenaline is pumping and people are screaming and panicking around you, it is even more proof that constant training is required to be effective.
Yeah,
right. It gets you through that adrenaline rush.
Yeah,
and you can engage appropriately.
As you're mentioning all these things like gait, walking, pupils, and I mean, it literally just I guess proved your service and in itself. Because I was like, it's not like one thing where it's like, hey, if somebody's wearing a blue sock, watch out. That's someone like me can do. But you're naming all these things, and I'm like, well, how else do you notice this except without training? And I'm like, oh, that's okay. Training. Okay. Yeah.
It's training.
You get to a point where
training does two things. One, it reprograms your brain to be more aware of what's happening around you. And that's actually, I have a 2-hour block of training on just that. How do you retrain the RAS in your brain, which is this filter between your subconscious and your conscious brain, to tell you to pay more attention to things? Okay. It's I got to look it up real quick on my slides because it's a medical terminology that I forget what the heck it's called. Dude, I know it's a RAS, the RAS.
No one remembers any medical terminology, dude.
It is. Yeah, it's a medical term. It is called, where's it at? The reticular activating system is the RAS. And the easiest way I can break it down is this. It's that little filter in your brain that takes all of the stimulus around you and tells your consciousness, hey, pay attention to this. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's active all the time unless you're on some kind of mind-altering substance or a coma, right? Mm-hmm. This is why when you're sleeping and somebody comes in and says, hey, Tommy, wake up, the RAS in your brain operates your consciousness, says, hey, dude, I got the stimulus, you need to pay attention to it, and you wake up, right? So the great thing about that is that filter, that RAS, can be programmed with information that you can pay more attention to.
Okay.
Training will help you do that. So if we go through, training on what behavior should I be looking for, right? And you train, we reprogram that RAS in your brain. As you start seeing those behaviors in people, you start paying attention to them. Right?
Okay.
So I got a block of training on that piece alone, just to increase situational awareness. How does the brain work, and how do you make this happen? Now, what lists of things are we going to reprogram that RAS for so we can pay better attention to it? Okay. Then we go into concerning behaviors, and intervention process and stuff like that. Now let's go into the active shooter response, right? So when it comes to training to react to that moment of violence, right, you have to train for that response, which means it's not just reprogramming our brain. It's reprogramming our bodies to respond.
It's where it's a reflex almost.
Right? Yeah, it's a reflex. I grew up wrestling freestyle and stuff. I wrestled for 20 years. I coached for 13 years. I got to a point, probably, I don't know, maybe when I was a young teenager, where things just started really running smooth for me. I've been doing it for a number of years, drilling hours and hours, endless drills, takedowns and throws, and staying on the attack, and it got to a point where I didn't have to think too much anymore. I'd been through those scenarios so many times. If somebody wanted to put me in the head and arm to throw me, I'm gonna drop my hips, lock around their waist, do a rethrow, and frickin' take them out of the match. Done. Right. So you have to train your body physically to respond.
To get to that point.
To get to that point. So that way, when all the adrenaline is rushing and you're suffering the psychosomatic effects of that adrenaline, your training takes over and you stay disciplined enough, stay focused on that task to do what needs to be done, right? You can't just go to the range and shoot at a piece of paper, twice a year and be like, I'm trained. That's no good, And shooting at paper is good for mechanics, right? But if you don't have your heart rate up while you're shooting at that paper, you're not training for that event.
Okay.
So unless you incorporate some physical strenuous activity that gets that heart rate up into that zone and forces you to then, okay, draw, focus, sight, squeeze, okay, breathe through it. Okay, when that event takes place, your body's not going to respond appropriately, and you might be having shots going off in the wild directions, and we don't want that. You don't want that. You want your aggression to be focused, right? Focused, and so you have to train like you were responding to an event.
Yeah.
Without being shot at yourself or having screaming people around you, because you don't want that in the training environment.
Yeah.
You got to do stuff to get your heart rate up so that you can overcome those effects.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say, when taking organic chemistry in college, it would, when I took it one summer, and it was a test every 2 weeks, and I found it took a week to understand all the material. It took another 4 days on top of that to start to get passing grades on practice tests. And I found it took really up until the night before the test. It was probably the 24 hours before where you're talking about with wrestling, I would hit a point where I was no longer like, okay, when I see a carbon cycle, it got to a point where it was just, got it next. You can start seeing things, and it's almost like you can sort them. Almost like those machines that sort coins. Yep. You can just be like, nope, that's that. You could start to preemptively, and that's how I would get an A. And metaphorically, that's how you accurately are a security, or do security, is because you train we're not like, okay, when I see this, what am I thinking? It's just, it. It's just, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, I don't have to be when I walk out and I see someone plowing through a red light, I don't have to go, okay, when someone goes through a red light, I shouldn't. No, I'm instantly like, hit the fucking brakes. Okay, you want it that naturally. Yeah. Now, what you were talking about with getting your adrenaline up, and you can't. It's or what is it? Semunitions.
Yeah,
what you were talking about earlier.
Are the best.
Okay.
For force on force type training to simulate that realistic shooting environment. Yeah.
Now, when you're training with all these things to get it going, adrenaline, whatever, loud noises, smoke, muzzle flash. How do you deal with getting used to that training? Like,
what do you mean,
used to it. Let's say you're doing all this training to the point where this stuff doesn't bother you anymore. I don't know. Is that the goal, to where this is your comfortable state, or is it going to actually start to be detrimental because now when the real thing happens, you've become so accustomed to this place where the real thing is almost as jolting and disorienting. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sometimes
actually what happens is when you go through that training, I won't say you get used to it in a sense, but you do get sensitized to where your body's reaction to that stress will peak, and then you'll come back down.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you can redline for those few seconds or whatever that you need to be amped up and on point, and just like laser focused.
Yeah.
And then immediately following that, you're able to back down and then reassess the situation and then take the next appropriate steps, right? Whether that's safe and holster your weapon and lay on the ground waiting for law enforcement to show up, whether that's helping render first aid now to somebody else that's gone down, whatever the case may be. So what happens is it's kind of like, how do I put this? It's almost like treating a phobia. So in a way, you get desensitized to the reaction.
Yeah, exposure therapy.
Yeah, exposure therapy, right? So if somebody has arachnophobia, the way it's treated is they put your hand in a jar full of spiders, and you stay there till the physical effects of the adrenaline wear off. And over time, your body starts to recognize that that's no longer a threat, and you stop having those reactions to that adrenaline, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So as you train using simulations and running drills and getting your heart rate up and stuff like that, you're training your mind and your body to be able to ramp up and react or engage to a very specific event, and then immediately come back down off of that so that you're able to be more effective in the outcome.
Okay. Well, I guess a better analogy would be, so like those are all positive things. Those are all, again, for my, third part, like don't know anything about this, but trying to draw analogies between organic chemistry. What I would find is, so as I would get, better and better at doing the practice questions, then as I got closer to the test, I would start taking practice tests, which are more difficult than the questions. And those were very beneficial. But if for whatever reason the test was delayed by a couple days and I had more time than usual, the practice test would actually start to get detrimental because I would I would get used to the test to where I start to expect this test. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you're training in a very specific way, it doesn't matter how realistic the training is, there are only so many variables before you start to accept and expect this situation, as opposed to now you're in a church and, you know, something's off that wasn't in the training. So it's almost like a bell curve. It's almost like you've trained. Does that cross over, or is that just
what you're saying? So if you train for a specific thing,
yes,
a specific event, and then that event is changed or is different than what you trained for, right? Does that become detrimental at that point? I guess is kind of what we're talking about.
Yes.
So does the training now become a crutch or a hindrance to you?
Yeah.
Right?
I guess. I was going to say.
I'm going to say I don't know. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because, for me personally, the amount of training I've gotten over the years has been so dynamic, you know, and whatnot. And I don't have extensive experience in firefights like you'll have with special operations guys, or even maybe your normal, you know, Marine Corps grunts or whatever that have been on the ground. But I can say this, because I have been in a number of firefights, is that I trained enough that if this scenario was fluid and the dynamics of the scenario changed, I was able to just flow through that event.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So kind of like the wrestling thing, you know, you don't just drill to do single legs, because then what happens if nobody presents a leading leg?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or if you shoot on somebody and they sprawl really good.
Yeah.
You know, you got to practice transition. You got to practice rolling through it. And that's where I go back to, you know, shooting at the paper twice a year or even once a year is not enough.
Yeah.
You know, so when I go into a facility and we talk about training, we talk about security, and we start talking about security plans, right? I'm going to make a transition here going, you know, to look at threat and vulnerability assessments and how that plays into preparation for an event, whether that be man-made or, you know, made by nature, right? Because we've kind of been talking about the man-made threat of active shooter. But security planning and preparation and training goes well beyond just that event. Like I said before, you know, it's most likely to happen at the place you work as opposed to the place where you pray. But all in all, the reality or likelihood of you being involved in an active shooter event is very, very small compared to everything else out there. Gas line leaks, you know, power outages, electrical storms, you know, vehicle accidents, you name it. I mean, there's a lot more things that could happen. Theft. Okay. You're more likely to have something stolen from your place of work than somebody come in there and start shooting it up.
Yeah.
That's just going to happen. Right.
Yeah.
But I incorporate the active shooter piece in security consulting and training, you know, when I go into a facility. But I look at these things. I go, okay, before I even show up to company X's building, they ask me to come in and do an assessment and provide some training for them. Before I ever show up there, I do my research and I say, okay, what's the most likely man-made event that could happen, and what's the most likely natural disaster that could happen, and then we go scale it down from there. Most likely to least likely. All right. Now let's put the site picture together. What's the most probable, or what's going to create the most loss for company X, Y, or Z, or the facility or the people or whatever? And I got this matrix that I put this risk and threat assessment on, right? So the threat assessment comes from what external factors can cause damage or loss to personnel, equipment, finances, whatever, to that company or place of interest. And then I look at the vulnerability piece, which is a separate assessment. Vulnerability piece says, what do I need to protect, and where are my weak points in that with regards to these threats? And then we develop a security plan to minimize the risk in all those areas. So when I walk into the facility, you know, obviously I'm looking at everything when I pull into the driveway. Is there a fence or anything like that around this facility? Does it need one? You know, is there any badging required to say that this vehicle is authorized or unauthorized here? You know what I mean? What types of vehicles are in the parking lot? That gives me an indication of the types of people that are going to be in this building, you know, what some of their values are, what their incomes might be. You know, it just gives me a better insight to who's inside that building before I ever get through the doors, right? So I'm looking at things like bumper stickers, car seats, litter in the vehicles, are they brand new vehicles? Do they have bald tires? Do they have whatever? You know what I mean? Are they from out of state? Are they all from the same location? I'm just going to feel for who's in there. Okay. So now I kind of got an idea of what my audience is like in there. Then I'm looking at the front door. Okay. What kind of locks does it have on it? What kind of door is it? Which way does it open? Right? Is the lighting good here? So at night, can you see somebody standing here in the doorway or not? Lighting is a very big deal when it comes to security. Are there hedgerows in front of the building, someplace where somebody could hide? Okay. Or is there not? Are there cameras? Are there surveillance cameras? Are there cameras in the parking lot? Are there cameras in the doorways? And then is that consistent all the way around? So I'm taking an approach where I'm looking at, long range look. And I'm getting closer and closer and closer and closer to the people that work in there, right? So from a physical security perspective, it's a layered look. It's the same way when I'm looking at somebody for individual risk. I'm looking long range first, that 24 months out, right, or longer. What are their behaviors like? What are their normal behaviors like? Where are we at in the development of concerning behaviors, and what intervention can we put in place? It's the same exact approach that I take to physical security that I do to personal security when it comes to somebody that's on the continuum of violence, right? So there's a lot, we could talk for days about what all goes into those kinds of assessments and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to is we end up with a product that says, hey, is this likely to happen to you? And what do you have in place that is effective against that? And what can you do to increase your effectiveness to prevent that from happening, right? Okay. So there's a couple of different things. So I look at people the same way I look at facilities and processes. It's kind of like that long range to close in assessment.
Okay. One thing I've always wondered is, I talked about this with Nick about interrogation, and I've always wondered if it applies to security. Something like the White House or something, or the Pentagon. Like, it doesn't matter if you see security. If you see security, it's like, yeah, we're at the Pentagon. Of course, there's security. If you don't see security, it's like, okay, I know they're around somewhere, right? But let's say you're at wherever, your office full of cubicles, your school, whatever your resources officer is. Is it more detrimental for them to be uniformed? Because let's say I'm a school shooter, I'm a potential shooter, right? Well, let's just think logically though. What's the first thing you're gonna think of? Okay, I know it takes X amount of time for the cops to get here, but I know there's a resource officer, or I know there's a police officer on campus. It's either I want to be as far from him or her as possible, or I want to remove them. Am I just looking too deep into this, and this is beyond the scope of office security?
Nope. That's a great question, because I actually get asked that question a lot when I'm out providing this training. There's mixed feelings from people in security teams, especially in private organizations, when we're talking about office spaces or churches or things of that nature. Where you have a security detail. The concern for those guys a lot of times is, if I'm identifiable as security, does that put me at greater risk of harm?
Yeah.
And I go, what are you doing volunteering for this position? Let's just start there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, do you have a calling to help protect those around you, or do you not? Because if you do, then really that should not be a concern.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's talk about this for a minute.
Well, what I was going to say is, what I was looking at isn't so much as I'm the resources, I'm the security.
Yeah.
Let's say it's the most selfless person in there. I was looking at it as just like an equation. If you're looking at this community of people, your goal is for there to be security, and whether that means they're uniformed or not, it's just, if they're uniformed, the perpetrator is that the right term? The person who's going to shoot, they're going to know who that is. Not, should you be volunteering this? Just, is it more advantageous for them to not be identifiable? Because your ultimate goal, hiring security, is to have them able to. You don't want them to be the first, like the metaphorical, Jason Bourne going up and footing the net.
So at a fixed location, I am always a big fan is if you're going to have security. When I talk about fixed location, I'm talking about brick and mortar building.
Okay.
Right? You call it anything, office space, church, school, whatever. If you're going to have a security detail there, I'm a big fan of them being identifiable.
Okay.
And here's why. The perception that they're security can be a deterrent. All right.
Okay.
Now, if I drive up to my nephew's, high school in Franklin, Tennessee, and I see, 400-pound Barney Fife, officer sitting there chatting up some of the young teachers and not paying attention to anything going on around them, I'm going to be like, there's no security here.
Yeah.
But that's me.
Yeah.
That guy couldn't catch a cold, let alone the perpetrator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But visual security is a good deterrent. Now, if somebody is really intent on hitting that target, they're going to look for ways to exploit that. So when we look at the Garlic Festival in Gilroy, California, that was assaulted or late last year by a teenager, there was law enforcement out there. And they were checking bags coming in. They were doing all their things. So, from the facade, from the front, they had good security. But this guy knew the town. He knew Gilroy. He knew where the Garlic Festival was taking place. He was familiar with it. And he knew that he could go around behind it, sneak in the fence, right, and come in and start shooting. So he knew that location. And the people that set up security there did not know that location enough to even consider posting somebody out there. Now, this told me two things. One, if somebody's intent on hitting a place and they can exploit a vulnerability, they will. Regardless of what security is there, if they can circumvent it, they will do that. But it also tells me that this guy was cognizant enough to know that security was up front. I can see it. I don't want to be around those guys because they're going to stop me.
Yeah.
So that goes back to my whole notion of if you're at a fixed location, absolutely you should have a visible security presence if you're going to have a security presence.
Okay.
Because it is a deterrent. Just make sure you cover all your angles of approach, all your avenues of approach. Yeah. And you can't do that without a strong or at least a current and valid threat and vulnerability assessment, right? Yeah. So the threat tells us, hey, this is what can happen bad. Vulnerability is where's our weak points? Two different things, right? Yeah. And so that's where up in Gilroy, they failed. Yeah. The security for that Garlic Festival failed. Now, kudos to the cops that were there because they did respond. They were able to eliminate that threat in a relatively short period of time with minimal damage and minimal casualties. So great on their response, great on their response. Could have been prevented. Yeah. Now, I'll get some criticism for saying that because there's, he's an armchair quarterback. No, man, I've been studying this stuff for years. Yeah. Yeah. And I've had to deal with this stuff for years. When I was in Iraq in 2004, I was on a team where we did threat and vulnerability assessments for over 100 installations across the entire country of Iraq, with the exception of Fallujah. Because when the first and second battle of Fallujah was taking place, there was too much violence for us to get in there and do these assessments. Yeah. But it all started after the car bombing at the Baghdad Recruiting Center in 2004. So Baghdad Recruiting Center was going to have this grand opening, new Iraqi military, whatever. It was advertised in the papers and the local news and radio and all this stuff. And there was a bunch of Iraqis lined up waiting to get in to join the new military, right? Because for whatever reason, we during the de-Baathification of Iraq, we got rid of them. We disbanded the military and police force, and then we started recruiting and whatever. Yeah. So it was a known mass gathering location. And before the gates opened up, car drove up, had between 300 and 500 pounds of estimated explosives in the trunk of the car. Guy, Allah Akbar, that man cooked it off, and he killed 47 people and wounded 55 others. Jesus. And so within 10 minutes of that, I'm on scene with the quick reaction force out there, taking photographs and all of that and helping document everything. And then when we got the American survivors back and medically treated, we were able to interview them and talk about, okay, what happened days before the event, weeks before the event, months before the event, to see if there was any noticeable surveillance or probing taking place that could have been, signs that, hey, we need to do something to prevent this.
Okay.
Ultimately, what that showed us was, yes, as much as 6 months out, there was planning and prep taking place that was observable from that location.
Okay.
In fact, the guy that actually committed that suicide bombing did a dry run like the day before to test security's response and engagement with him. Like, why are you parked out here? Move your car. Right? Same freaking car, same dude. Okay, got it. So from that point on, I started traveling the country, looking at all the Iraqi military and police stations and stuff like that in U.S. military places, and doing those threat and vulnerability assessments on them. So that's why I can say, hey, I'm coming at this with a cracked experience and knowledge approach.
You're not me, like the literal, like, let me tell you how it should be. Like, it's now. I was gonna say, because we don't know how many are prevented, because you don't want to give away preventative.
Right.
Have you I talked to JP and I talked to Nick about this. Have you read, or I listened on Audible? Have you listened to Gorgon Stare, the rise of the eye in the sky? It's like a predator or a reaper, and they'll have it, but they used it in Iraq, and it's run by a supercomputer, but it basically can look through with like 40 different cameras, all the while recording the whole thing, and it can go up for days at a time, and then before it leaves, another one will take its place. But it can basically surveil an entire city by itself. It can track thousands of cars, but through untold data input, it's learned that when cars do this, to like flag that. And it actually works, to where they saw one dude. He was walking around and wasn't doing anything wrong, but the supercomputer camera recognized. They're like, "What's this guy?" I think it was in Ramadi. It was like, "Here's a dude, like, he's in a suit. No one in the city is in a suit. Like, okay, he's walking around. Why is he on the middle median? He's just waving at people, whatever. And he's holding a suitcase. Like, okay, but the computer had tracked him, and it's recording him, and it's eventually, like 6 hours later, he meets up in an alley with a couple guys in a pickup truck. Oh, what do you know? They have a mortar, put it together, they fire on a marine station, and then they bail. The Gorgon Stare, what it does is it records everything. So when something happens, normally, I think the analogy the author uses is when there's like a heist, they all have their getaway, right? But there's never a beginning. Everyone leaves their house that morning, says bye to the wife. So what the Gorgon Stare does is it records for hundreds of hours in a row. So when something like this happens, all it does is hit rewind.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's, they could see this is when the mortar hit this compound. They could back it up and, okay, well, there's that truck. How do we miss that? Well, it turns out the computer had flagged, and it said, here's it. And I think the operators, it's one or the other. It's polar opposites. Either they looked at it and said, like, don't pay attention, or they looked at it and they're like, this is a guy of concern. But the thing is like, why the computer's telling us this is a guy of concern, but he's just a dude like walking around, standing on the computer apparently was like, hours beforehand was like red flag, red flag, red flag. So what I want to get at is, how do we incorporate all of these aside from like literal, like, here's a sketchy dude in a car outside, it looks like he's staking it out. There seems to be kind of like the RAS. It seems like computers have the ability to almost completely re-engineer that, to where they're picking up on little stuff that even these trained professionals, these sensor operators were going, and these are guys that are trained to do this, are going, why is the computer flagging that guy? But the computer was like, fuck that guy, fuck that guy, fuck that guy, and they eventually they hit him with a hellfire afterwards. But so happy ending.
Yeah. But so here's a challenge with this, right? And I gotta really think through what I'm going to say here, right? Because there's things that we probably shouldn't talk about. But
like I said, if you say anything, you just tell me, and I'll timestamp it, slice it out.
I'll put it this way: so artificial intelligence has come a long ways in helping us understand patterns and pattern life activity, patterns of all kinds, and to be able to calculate those things. And what does it mean now, right? What did it mean 6 months ago, right? And why does the computer think it's a threat now? Here's the challenge that we come into. The computer knows why it's identifying that vehicle as a vehicle of interest, or that facility as a facility of interest. What the computer is doing is it's doing exactly what it's been programmed to do. Look at these patterns and then fuse all that information together and say, with some level of certainty that this is a threat or this is not a threat. What the computers are not currently capable of really doing is telling me why I give a shit. Okay? Yeah. Now, anytime you have a human interaction on a process like that, there's a greater margin for error. So unless the individual operator who gets alerted by that computer that day is a subject matter expert already on that vehicle and the network of people that vehicle is associated with and the activities that vehicle is associated with and the residences and buildings and facilities and what those are being used for by who, which terrorist organization, and how long and how all this has been happening, unless that individual operator has that same level of understanding of all of those factors, right? They're not going to know what the computer knows. And so it's easier to look at that little tiny snippet of information and say, okay, this is a guy who's just driving his truck. Why do I care? Yeah. I know my job today is to hunt for Abu Usama al-Tunisi or, Umar al-Baghdadi or whoever, and they're supposed to be in this town, so that's what I'm going to focus on. And next thing you know, Marines are getting hit with mortars from that truck, and then the truck's off to no man's land again, right? So as computer technology evolves, as the programming evolves, as the IA starts to evolve to a point where it surpasses human speed and ability to do that fusion analysis, we also need to tell the computers how to present that to us in a way that decision makers can go, okay, this is why I care. I'm not convinced that we're there yet. And from the stuff that I've seen and dealt with, I am not confident that we're there yet. I think we're on the precipice of it.
It's like I think it's that Einstein quote, and it's like, if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old, then you don't understand it well enough. But what I was going to say is, again, from my armchair view, it seems like that was something like that where a computer would, it could, it has, for our eyes, it has 10,000. For our ears, it has, it sees and hears everything, and it can be programmed with algorithms and processing power that would make our head spin. It can see these chess pieces falling into place far before even a trained individual such as yourself could. I feel like it needs to tell you why you give a shit, but even if it couldn't, wouldn't the next logical step be like, well, here is a supercomputer attached to a Reaper. If it's telling me, I might not know why I give a shit, but if it's flagging this guy, I know that there are shits to give, even if I can't piece it to. And it's easier said than done. So what do you do in the real moment? Do you drone strike him right there? Is that an individual guy? Is that just a weirdo? Whatever. Is that a mentally ill person?
So there's a lot of ethical factors that come into play with that, as well as legal factors, right? So the ethical piece says, okay, do I know that I'm not going to create any collateral damage by killing a kid that's in that car, or killing a kid next to that car, or damaging that mosque, or damaging that hospital, or whatever, right? So there's some ethics there, right? Like, is the juice worth the squeeze kind of ethical decisions? But then the other piece of that is this a lawful target under the law of armed conflict? The law of armed conflict says we can't blow up an ambulance unless we know it's being used to transport, troops. Enemy troops, right? We can't hit that mosque unless it's being used to engage U.S. forces or coalition forces from, right? So there's those laws that bind us as well. And the thing is, how do you teach a computer to factor that into its decision-making process and then trust it to make the right call? Right? So we got guys like Elon Musk who's doing that in the domestic sector with these autonomous cars, right? His Tesla vehicles are getting to a point where they've driven more miles and more hours than any other autonomous car on the planet. And so they have just billions and billions of bits of data points for their IA proprietary code to read, right? And understand, interpret, and manage. Now, in a utopic society where everybody is in those cars, and those cars are on a 5G network or faster, and they're all talking with each other, and they're all talking with traffic lights, and they're all talking with everything, right? And they know where they're going, who they're picking up, when they got to deliver, and all that kind of stuff. Will they move faster and have fewer accidents? Probably so.
Yeah. Probably
so. But how do I know that car and that traffic are all going to react the same when the kid kicks a ball out into the street and chases it?
Yeah.
Okay. And at the same time, you've got an elderly couple that's 90 years old walking across the street, right, at the same intersection.
Yeah.
Okay. And that car has to make a decision between slamming in the car in front of it, braking and causing a multi-car pile behind it, hitting the kid, or hitting the elderly people.
Yeah, has to put value markers on each life.
Now we're in that moral dilemma, right?
Whose life is more valuable? Who do we swerve and hit? Who do we? Yeah, exactly. I've heard that question.
And so, and this is a topic of discussion that people have on these autonomous, vehicles, on artificial intelligence, and do we trust it to make these decisions and stuff. And there's guys that are like way smarter than me that I listen to and follow at times. And I go, these guys are right, because now you have a moral decision to make. And how do you program that in? How do you say, okay, hey, car, hit the 90-year-old couple because they've really done all they can for society so far, and that kid's got a whole life ahead of them.
Yeah.
Or not.
Or is my passenger, is this passenger Elon Musk, and he's doing more for society than 1,000 other people? But what if you're saving 1,001? Is Elon now you're putting values on different people? And okay, well, there's that whole crowd. There's an aggregate of 90 social plus, and well, now you get into this dark, Brave New World 1984 type thing, and all the while, it's not even all on a level playing field. Now who's behind these? Who's coding? How do you not know that there's just some? So we have this godlike technology, but how do you not know there's some racist fuck programmer who's like, always save whites? Like, but you don't. I would hope that there are safeguards for shit like that, but it's, you don't know who's behind that.
Well, so you roll that over to military technology and the application of force through warfare, right? Those stakes get even higher.
Yeah. Are you going to fire a Hellfire? Are you going to autonomously, drop a JDAM? And what's going to, are we going to blow up General Salami on a highway? What are the implications of that? We got to take out this guy because he's going to kill a bunch of Americans. As the supercomputer crunching numbers and says, you got to take him out because he's bad, but there's an 89% chance China is going to invade London, or which is it starts to boggle the mind. Hey,
so that's a perfect example, right? Real quick, before you break.
I got to use the bathroom again. I was going to say we can jump right back into it.
We're talking about Soleimani, right?
Sure.
So Soleimani is a great example when we're talking about making those moral decisions on who to take out and who not to take out, right? So we've known for years Soleimani was a bad dude, okay? He came up on my radar originally when I was in Iraq in 2004. He stayed on my radar all the way up until the time he was killed. And I think righteously so. It was, his demise was well overdue. But just that one incident was enough to cause such an uproar, okay, back here in the States, that people were challenging the president's decision on that. Was that a good thing to do or not? And so that was a human decision based on years of intelligence and prep and planning and opportunity at this point in time, because now he's traveling in an area that's already a conflict zone.
He's in a foreign nation. He's not Iran.
We've already declared him a hostile person. He's been on our hit list for forever, and we had the opportunity, so we seized it, right? That alone caused so much controversy and disruption. Could you imagine if the decision was left solely up to a computer chip? Right?
Yeah.
It's like, how do you get past the moral dilemmas of those kinds of decisions, especially when it's autonomous?
Or was it left up to a human or to a computer chip, and they realized there would be less blowback if you said it was Trump? Or another thing, or a more realistic conspiracy is not even really conspiracy. At what point do you look at the striking of this individual as, we were talking about the computer crunching numbers? Okay, if you strike this person, there's an 89% chance the Chinese is going to move their second fleet into whatever, just the geopolitical chessboard. But what if it's not even that? What if it's very simply as, hey, doesn't matter who's in the office. Hey, Mr. President, if you make the strike, there's going to be a lot of blowback, and this might affect your possibility of getting a second term. So then it comes back into like, is it even geopolitical implications or is it domestic implications? Do I want to be president? And it's. So
that goes back to people making decisions based on selfish intentions or not.
Is it popular? The World War II, not popular. So FDR, we're not touching it. Yeah.
So, and I think that's part of human nature too. That plays into a lot of human nature. And not to go too far down a political path here, in our discussion, but people typically will not vote for things that are better for everybody if it goes against their personal interests. You know what I mean? And so that's where those personal moral decisions come in. So like you were saying, okay, so, if President Trump was told, hey, take this guy out and it's better for the world, but it's going to be political suicide. What decision does he make at that point? We'll never know. You know what I mean? Because, that's a hypothetical situation, but it does beg the question, how do we arrive as human beings at some of the decisions that we make, and really what's the purpose behind them? You know what I mean? And can we trust machines to make those kind of decisions for us? And I'm a big fan of, maybe I've seen one too many Terminator films. I'm not for Skynet yet, bro. I'm just not for that yet.
That comes up every podcast. It eventually boils down to AI. I had a gentleman on named Aaron Shepard last week, who Aaron, like me, got into medical school, but unlike you, I decided not to go. Aaron went and did a year and then decided not to. But me, who eventually did a podcast, Aaron's a bit smarter than me. He does internships for NASA and he's building telepathic robots. Literal things that you wear a headband and through different thought. But what I introduced him as, like, all right, man, you're building Skynet. And he was like, oh, I don't know if I was like, how else does it start? But no, it's, at what point do we trust the machine, or at what point do you, but so what I was going to say is, something like that, as polarizing, as geopolitical, heavy as I don't know how to say his name, so I just call him Salami. General Salami.
Yeah, Soleimani.
Soleimani. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I also like saying Salami because it's just a general disrespect. It's but at what point? So, but we have all of our intel on that. We have the Pentagon on that. We have all these different literal levels of intelligence officers on that. When it's something that doesn't have the resources as that, such as broad sweeping, who's going to do the next school shooting, sometimes you got to lean more heavily on the AI. And like I was saying earlier, Kevin from elementary school X in Maintown, USA, he doesn't have a whole team of analysts looking at him. Instead, you have to blanket sweep everyone. And is this guy going to kill, 10 people? How do you prevent that? Okay, we talked about, those who know him and love him have to, but that has, hasn't worked so far. So, or, to the extent we want it to work. So at what point do you have to lean on the AI and say, okay, here's this super complex algorithm. Here's what we define mathematically as leakage. Here's looking at images of them, and is there a physiological lead up to it?
Signs or
anything, stuff only a computer could see. Is there something in the lower jowl? Is there, whatever?
Are there micro expressions or facial expressions that give away tails on?
And it doesn't.
But again, I think it goes back, and there are people that are working on this. Right. There's people that are working on just that thing, like Google, for instance, or Amazon. I can't remember. I think maybe it's Amazon. One of these big tech companies has been putting up advertisements and stuff, and they're using your computer to read your facial expressions as you're looking at the advertisement to determine whether or not this is something that's appealing to you or not. So the systems are gathering information about your facial expressions. How do you react visibly to what you're seeing, right? So that the AI can then reprogram certain advertisements that may be more appealing to you than others. Right. So it's gone a step further from what are you normally clicking on, what kind of searches are you doing on the internet, and then your cookies go back and tell these systems, hey, these are the things this person's interested in, feed them that information, to, hey, let me look at your face when you're looking at this, right? do you like this type of fishing pole, or do you like this type of sports event, or do you not?
Could you and go further down that road? Could you quantify deviations and not just obvious, like, hey, he's shopping for body armor? No, but like, what if it was just he's looking for this? This is a guy that doesn't fish and he just bought it's a spontaneous fishing trip. Is this guy now more spontaneous? Why is he more spontaneous? Is it?
Yeah.
But could there be something? Because we have all these algorithms for getting the ultimate advertising machine. I wonder? It seems like those systems are already in place. Like, could you look at that and quantify? Is this guy going to be a shooter?
I mean, they kind of are in place, right? And they're building on that. But then we're going back to like the moral decision making process. Right?
Can we watch all this? Yeah.
Are we heading towards an environment where everybody's being spied on now by everything, right? Because we have intelligence oversight laws in the government that prevents the intelligence community from spying on U.S. citizens, right, or U.S. persons. And a U.S. person is also identified in our regulations and in our legislation and stuff as a
corporation,
business owned by a U.S. person that may be operating overseas, right? Yeah. So those types of investigations and surveillance require subpoenas and due process and just cause and reasonable suspicion, all that kind of stuff, all that law enforcement legal terminology you throw at it to say, okay, now we can start surveilling somebody. But the reality is the commercial civilian sector has been doing that for a long time, okay, without having to go get subpoenas or court orders or anything like that. For instance, if you ever pay a subscription and go to LexisNexis, okay, to do a background search on somebody, you will find a wealth of open source information in one repository. And it's easy to build somebody's pattern of life activity based on the information you can get out of that one data collection source. We're talking big data in LexisNexis, right? So if I were to do a search on myself, I would know all of my spending patterns, where I'm getting gas from and how often, okay, what I'm using my credit cards on, what am I buying online, what bank accounts, do I have money in and how much, where's my income coming from, what property do I have associated with my name, with physical addresses and all this kind of stuff. I mean, all of that stuff is available and it's collected right there. Now, I know all of those things about me already, but if I was to pull that information out of LexisNexis and analyze it, then I could say with some certain with some level of certainty that, okay, Wednesday of next week between the hours of 10 and noon, I'm going to go spend $60 on gas at Costco at this location, right? Because it's the cheapest gas in town, and that's about the pattern number. Yeah. So it's a great resource for people that are doing skip tracing to try and find people that have skipped bond or have bailed out on their debts and all that stuff like that. It's a resource available to a lot of people for a lot of different things. But the reality is there's computer systems now that are collecting all that stuff and storing it anyways on everything you're doing online. So really, at what point do we go, is there an invasion on my privacy now? Is there not? And that's a big thing that's being contended right now with all these collection platforms and stuff through Google and Amazon and everybody else. Do I have any reasonable expectation of privacy when I'm doing anything digital anymore? Really, the answer for me personally is no. There's no expectation of privacy.
It's almost expected. It's like if you go online, you're out there. You're walking through the city square. I was gonna. So,
I mean, it's no secret. Like tire industries, like BF Goodrich. Right. They embed a passive IR chip similar to the ones you have, like in your pets and all that stuff. Okay, into the rubber in their tires, so they can track regional sales of a particular type and brand of tire. So the same systems that are used on highways for fast tracks that read that passive IR chip on the fast track thing has the capability to read those chips on the tires as well. So if I know you bought, tire X and this is the chip number associated with those tires, right? And you start driving through fast track lanes and I can get into their system and access their data. I can figure out your patterns of travel. Just because of the tires you have on your vehicle. Like nothing really is sacred anymore.
Nothing.
And I think we touched a little bit on like quantum computers and stuff.
Yeah.
Just a little while ago. And so I've been watching some stuff on the news and reading some articles on it and whatnot. And just yesterday I was reading an article that these scientists in Australia have developed a artificial atom that when they apply the right amount of electricity to it, they get enough electrons where they can process data off those electrons at super insane rates of speed on a silicon-based chip, right? And several years ago or whatever, when they started experimenting with this stuff, the chips had, flaws in the crystalline structure of the chip at a certain, molecular level, and now they're getting past that by different amounts of voltage, and it's really science fiction stuff to me, but it's science fact to these guys.
Yeah.
But what it comes down to is the advances that are being made right now in quantum computing eventually will lead to a place where our strongest encryption is no longer effective because it'll be cracked like that.
Yeah.
Right. And so at that point, does anything become protected? Nothing does.
Yeah.
Right.
And
nothing does.
Yeah.
And so what's to stop anybody from using, the Internet of Things, these cameras and all this stuff that's tied into a network that's got access to the greater Internet, right, from exploiting all of that stuff and pulling in all that information, because now the encryption on it's no good. Right. So does the international spy communities, do governments, do all of these agencies and stuff now just instantly have access to everything? Probably. So it's going to have to come back to legislation on how that's governed and how that's managed and regulated. But we're there now. We're there today.
Yeah.
To some extent.
But at what point does it become so powerful that it's okay? Now we're based on legislation. Okay, what if I'm in the intelligence community? What if he's not there anymore? What if I'm Michael Hayden and I'm looking at it and I'm going, I don't want this legislation because this is going to inhibit my ability to prevent terrorism. Well, who's going to try to pass the law? Senator A, B, and C. What do we know about Senator A, B's, and C's tires? Where have they been? They're like, fuck yeah, we're here. Like, yeah,
we're watching.
Yeah,
we're watching.
My oldest brother worked at a GTRI, Georgia Tech Research Institute, and back in like 2012, I remember him saying like, I think it was during one of the government shutdowns, and some student was like, and all the professors are like former NRO, like geospatial guys, and one of the students was like, well, with the government shutdown, so how's the intelligence community gonna like work? And John said, he was like, the professor laughed and he goes, walk outside, look up at the sky, wave. They're waving back because they don't get shut down. But so what I was saying before the computer so rudely cut me off. Before the computer rudely cut me off is what I was saying is, so let's say I'm Michael Hayden, let's say I'm head of the NSA and I don't want this legislation to go through. Well, who's okay? Well, Senator A, B, and C. Well, hey, can we look at the tire chips on Senator A, B, and C? Oh, Senator A went to a strip club. Oh, Senator A is engaged. Senator A, you sure you want to pass this legislation? You don't want little Miss Senator A's wife to find out about this. But at what point does it get to that? I've often thought, like, I feel like the NSA really wields the power because you get down to legislation, sure, Congress members, they all have encrypted stuff, but if anyone can break it, it's the NSA. At what point are they in the driver's seat? It's
one of those things. It's going to be a constant dilemma, and I think getting dirt on your competitors or your opponents, it's almost as old a profession as prostitution. You know what I mean? And so it's going to happen regardless. It's just that technology gives us greater access to that information nowadays. Now, I come across sometimes as kind of anti-technology. I'm not. I'm for responsible stewardship of that technology. Okay, but technology it really is a useful tool.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of, if I have artificial intelligence that's doing job X for me, right, in my place of business, that is something that's never going to sleep. Mm-hmm. It never takes days off. It doesn't need medical coverage. It doesn't get paid. Yeah. Right? Yeah. It's really not a drain on my resources. No, and so that can take a place of multiple people. Mm-hmm. And technology can alert people to real world events and threats that are out there. Several years ago, I sat down with a programmer who used to work for Google, and ran over some strategies on how can we take open source information, real-time information off things like Snapchat and Twitter, okay, and build a software system that will alert 911 operators that something is about to happen. And what got me thinking about this was the Ferguson riots in St. Louis several years ago, right? So these guys were using Twitter to coordinate where they were going to rally and have these riots at, okay? By the time law enforcement got wind of it and actually responded, the violence had already started, okay? So my vision was, hey, I'm a 911 operator. I'm looking at a map overlay of my city and stuff, and I'm seeing this cloud start growing from an orange or yellow to a red. I need to send, a uniformed patrol over there to go scout it out. I don't know why it's happening. I just know that it's something's there that needs to be checked out. And maybe if I can get a law enforcement presence there, it'll prevent, just them being there may prevent, an increase of violence, right? And so we sat down and we started talking about, okay, what do I want the software system to use? How can it be marketed? Who can it go to? Who can benefit from it? And that sort of thing. And then we got down to the technical, legal aspects of it, right? And everything comes to a screeching halt. Because now we're talking about a potential invasion of privacy on people and using those platforms, to basically surveil or spy on people without their knowledge, consent, and without legal backing to do so. Just like pulling stuff off of Facebook, to track people or whatever. So I'm a big fan of it. If it's open source, it's open source. But the opposition says, no, you don't have any legal grounds to do that, and we're going to come after you and sue you or shut you down or whatever. And so between that and then the financial investment required to develop that software was more than I could bite off as a Master Sergeant United States Air Force, on a fixed income with a family. You know what I mean? So it just didn't happen. But it was a great 6-month discussion back and forth with this guy on how can we do this. Now if that's something that this technically challenged guy Dan Libby is thinking about, there's brainiacs out there I'm sure have already done it and tested it.
That's
what I mean.
That's what I often bring up is whenever me and someone will be shooting the shit about AI. I always conclude with and if we thought of this, someone else has. Someone else with the funding of the entire Defense Department has. So
something I found interesting recently, right? So several years ago, I did a threat and vulnerability assessment for a client down in Nashville. And actually, I did it for this celebrity's head of security at his request. I never met the celebrity, so I'm not going to name her. Sure. But long story short, the celebrity had just purchased a new home in another state, and the guy wanted a threat assessment of that facility in the surrounding area. And then he also wanted to know, okay, out of these top 10 people who made threats against my client at this location, can you do a workup, do a deep dive on them and figure out, hey, are they really a threat? Are they not? Why? And then can you give us some creative, non-kinetic solutions to deal with these people, right? So I'm like, okay, no problem. I'll do it. I'm doing it. And I got to thinking. So his client would travel and do concerts and stuff, right? So if I've got person X who has made a threat against the client, the principal, and we know that person X can't get to this state because they lack finances or funding or whatever. They're not really, nobody's a threat unless they can get to you, right? But let's say, how do I know that guy isn't going to show up at a concert in Paris, France next year, right? So if I'm able to use social media to track this person's movements, okay, using things like photo recognition software and geotagging and stuff, and my client is going to be doing a concert in Paris, France on January 1st, 2021, right? Let's just say for argument's sake. And on December 30th, 2020, this person's made a threat against them, is taking a picture outside the Eiffel Tower of the Louvre, and my software alerts my security team now that, by the way, a person of interest is now going to be in your area within a 100-mile radius of the date that you're supposed to be there. Here's their picture, and here's a dossier on them, and here's everything I have, so that when you're doing security, you know really what faces to look for in the crowd, right? Not only that, but let me tie it into ticket sales and known associates to this guy. So if he bought a ticket through a third party, I know where he's sitting in the concert, right? Now, Is that technology available? Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
But again, we run into the legal problems with pulling all that information and basically spying on people, right?
Well,
so here's what they've done. They set up screening at the concerts, right, where they're showing videos of the principal while people are getting their bags checked and stuff. And when you look up, watch the videos, it's kind of cool or whatever. Facial recognition software is running in the background to bounce you off of known threats and pictures of known threats to the principal. So now they know on scene. But I want to know ahead of time because I want to be able to prevent something bad from happening. I don't want to know the day of the event.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But that's their way around it because now they're collecting information based on the people that are there right now, not doing that surveillance ahead of time. So, there's a lot of legal issues and stuff you run into with that. But I am a fan of technology from that perspective where it can be very helpful. But at the same time, I'm also cognizant of, privacy and personal security practices as well. So it's a very delicate balance, between the two.
Yeah, it's I was gonna say is well, and they say that each individual, our voice, is something like 100 times more unique than our fingerprint or our iris. And what's now in everyone's home? Alexa, Google Home, Siri. It's so. At what point do you not even need to see facial recognition? You just see, it doesn't matter if he has a burner phone. If he says, I'm going whatever. He doesn't even need to mention the concert. Say, I took a trip. What computer? And granted, that comes to now. How many resources do you have to recognize that? Are you protecting POTUS? Or are you protecting singer A? What is your budget? Right. But it's what I was going to say is the legal issue. Well, you have the money. You're a celebrity. Who said that I'm just like, you just don't fucking tell anyone. Tell my security forces, Let's say it's you. You're Master Sergeant in the Air Force. And here's, I'm going to quintuple your salary. Just shut the fuck up. Keep me and my kids safe. Yeah. Yeah. But who's to say you're not going quintuple my salary? All right, But who's to say that that doesn't happen? It's What do you think about that? What do you think about stuff like? Or let's keep going on the protection of the celebrity.
Yeah. So I'm sure that stuff happens. Yeah. You know what I mean? And when it gets exposed, then they're opening up to lawsuits, right? So anytime I've worked with clients, there's three things that I always take into consideration when I'm doing a workup for a protection detail or something like that of a client, right? I think about, physically protecting that individual, right? And then I'm thinking about protecting bystanders, okay? Then I'm thinking about protecting this individual's reputation, depending on who they are, because that could damage a lot of things, even globally, depending on who they are, right? So if you got like a head CEO of some Fortune 100 or 500 company or whatever, and their reputation gets tarnished and people quit doing business with them, that has a domino effect on maybe an international supply chain operation, right? So reputation is a big thing to protect. And then the other thing is obviously their pocketbook, so you don't want them to get sued or anything like that. So avoidance of a threat is always the number one option I'm looking for. How do we detect that threat? And how do we avoid that, right? Avoidance of threats can only happen when you have a very clear sight picture, a broad spectrum sight picture of what the threats are, who they are, and where they're at. And you can't keep tabs on, say, 500 people that made a threat against your principal without leveraging technology to do that. You just can't. And for those security guys that get hired to do the physical security, a lot of times it's ex-law enforcement, ex-military, special forces, whatever. They look great in a suit. They can shoot, move, communicate. They can render first aid, all that kind of stuff. But a lot of those guys have built entire careers off intelligence preparation of their workspace or battle space. And in the civilian sector, in a lot of ways, they're lacking that experience and knowledge and capabilities. One, it's because they're restricted by law. Two, it's because they're restricted by legislation, which may or may not be law, right? And three, a lot of guys that have those technical skills and experience usually go back to working as contractors. For the government as either a mercenary or something else.
It's revolving.
So there's not that, those capabilities aren't that big. So when you don't have human beings with that experience, to bring to the table, then they turn to technology and computer programmers and artificial intelligence and hackers and all that kind of stuff, and high-priced lawyers to find loopholes in legislation and laws to get around that stuff, so that when they are challenged, they can defend their position, right? Which is why they go, okay, we're not going to create, an info bot or whatever that's going to go out and crawl the web and start pulling in everything we know about every person that's made threats against us and compile it so we can track them. We're just going to do facial recognition at the entrance to the concert, and so we know that this person came in where they're sitting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Try to, yeah.
But I'm sure some of that stuff happens. I mean, it's like, how do private investigators get around laws that cops are bound by for collecting certain information?
Yeah.
They use social engineering. They use internet. They use other techniques. They do have laws that they have to operate within, but they have greater flexibility because they don't have to go to a judge to get information to go question X, Y, or Z person or conduct surveillance or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's that on a technology-based level.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, everything is listening to you. So you could completely sweep your entire house of all electronic devices, put up a Faraday cage, okay, go to, a 1950s vehicle, it doesn't even have a computer to run anything, right? And you can go about your life and pay cash for everything, but you got to get cash somewhere.
Yeah, you
got to go to a bank somehow.
Something with a camera,
right?
Even that, you're around other people with phones. You know?
That are listening.
The gain on the thing is listening to you. They're pickpocketing you only got to go to one spot where, everyone's got a fucking camera on their doorbell. Or, who's got a dash cam on their, the post office person. How do they know where the mail's going? Unless you pull
you might get in somebody's vehicle that has OnStar.
Yeah.
That's listening the whole time.
Yeah. Dude, unless you're going to go fucking Ted Kaczynski or a nonviolent, or you go like Dick Prenicky, like, dude, into the wild, unless you're doing that, like, it's almost like you play or you don't. It almost seems like you can't dip your toes in. Everyone's like, well, I don't live stream from my house, and it's like, to your knowledge, like, you don't consciously live stream. It's. Yeah,
like I said, it's a delicate balancing act, right, between, expectation of privacy versus leveraging technology to be beneficial, right? It's like any other kind of power that a person could use or leverage or possess, right? If you're irresponsible with it, well, you're irresponsible with it.
Yeah.
If you're not, then you're not. So, but there are things that, yes, you can do to kind of limit your footprint, and minimize your presence, but to some degree we still got to rely on it. But that stuff, personal security gets very expensive, and if you start looking at like ways to circumvent things on the internet or whatever so that you can maintain privacy, you're starting to talk about, like, it's a serious investment, right? For instance, every time you go on Amazon and buy something, right, it clocks your credit card that you use. There's a billing statement associated with that, and there's usually a home address associated with that billing statement, right? And then the purchase delivery is associated with it all, right? All that stuff gets sold from Amazon to LexisNexis, the data broker, and then you can go in and pay a fee and go search that stuff or whatever and get access to it. Cool. So how do you terminate? Yeah. So when we're talking about maintaining privacy, what it comes down to is disassociating your name with a physical address, as well as your patterns of behavior or patterns of life activity, right? If you can disassociate yourself from that, then it makes it harder for people to zero in on you and what you're doing. And there's a guy out there named Michael Belzell who wrote a really good book on hiding from the internet, right? And he's a former FBI computer forensics investigator and all this, or analyst and all this stuff. And he's a huge security proponent. So I got to give a shout out to Mike. He's got some really great material out there. But even he's come under scrutiny, for some of the stuff that he made available. For instance, his website at one time called OSINT, Open Source Intelligence. He had tool systems listed out there where you could type in somebody's first name and last name, hit a button, and it will pull up all these open search engines on all these different agencies like Intellus and all this stuff, and get you information about that individual, right? It would just start populating across your screen. So he got into some, I don't know if it was legal issues or what with those companies, because those companies, charge for their services or whatever. He had to put that behind his public-facing page to where it's not like now a subscription page through him and stuff like that. But some of the techniques that he talks about in his book, if you followed them to the extreme, you could make it very, very difficult for somebody to find you, and associate you with who you are and what you're doing. That in and of itself, in my opinion, could cause a government agency who's suspicious.
Yeah, I've thought about that.
Wondering, like, do we need to look at this guy because, he doesn't have a residence, he doesn't have an address on his driver's license because he went to, North Dakota and registered as a nomad and got a driver's license with no freaking address on it. When you go into bars or whatever or clubs and they ask for ID, you hand them your passport because they have to accept that as a form of ID, but it doesn't have your address on it. So they got no address to sell a LexisNexis. Every time you're buying gas and stuff, you're using a vanilla credit card, which is prepaid. So it terminates, the billing statement information. It disassociates the billing statement information from you. You register in New Mexico an LLC under an anonymous name and then use that LLC to buy your house and your cars and everything else, and then you pay a third-party agency to cover the taxes and stuff on it. And then when you call your utility companies to set up your utilities, right, your water guys and your power guys are going to be asking you for like your social security card or your social security number, right? Cool. Give them one of the 9 or 10 public domain social security numbers are out there that will never be associated with a real human being. Give them a fake name and pay them cash up front for 6 months. And they go, okay, here's your utility hookups, right? And all of a sudden, you don't have your name associated with where you live or your pattern of life. Now, that's like the extreme. Right? That's extreme. And that's how Mike Bazell is, because he's kind of extreme like that. Mike Bazell is not his real name. I'm convinced that I have no idea what his real name is. I've never been able to find and locate him other than his books that he has available on the website. And he's a super smart guy in this stuff. But
at what point is that in itself a red flag?
Exactly.
It's like
because it would be the same techniques that terrorists or spies would use to cover their identities and their tracks.
Like Lockheed Martin.
So
when Lockheed Martin made that they made that stealth Navy troop transport in like the 80s or 90s, the Sea Shadow. This thing looks like Batman's boat, and they realized they couldn't use it because even the radar, even waves give off like that's like the static background in a radar image. And they'd be looking at the Sea Shadow, and they would just see a rectangle that was just, there was no radar returns. And it's like, I wonder what that is. And it was like, you know, it's like if you're looking at this, like this, or AI is looking at this image of, again, looking at things in a way we can't imagine. If it's looking and it's like, here's a black hole where there normally aren't black holes. It's got a 3-dimensional image of a town or an apartment building of, every year, how much heat you use, what's in your refrigerator, how many times you unlock your door with a key card, and all of a sudden there's just a black hole of no data. At what point is the AI, which is infinitely smart, not gonna, on a basic level, go, hey, you might want to check that out? Even if at the base, because it thinks that something in the system's wrong and maybe it's not recording shit. You are recording. That person is just going to extraordinary ends to be off the map. Well, why is that guy going off the map? You're instantly going to be like, okay, what international ties does this guy have? What is he reading online? Is this guy ISIS? This guy Al Qaeda? Does he purchase? Now all of a sudden you're trying to get away from the microscope of the government, and now all of a sudden your very act of getting away from the microscope has them looking at you with the Hubble telescope. And then they are going to find everything, even if it's nothing. But you are now.
It's simple as like, setting up your house as a homeschool, right?
Okay.
So Google Earth, Google Maps, Google Earth, whatever, they blur out schools. So that pedophiles and stuff, if they're looking on Google Earth, whatever, Street View, they don't see kids or whatever,
shout out,
that thing, right?
Shout out Google.
So you tell Google, hey man, my house is a school, and you keep sending it to them until they blur out your house on Google Maps, right? Street View, right? And then, but you still got the satellite image, from the above view, right? So then you get giant rocks out in your backyard or paint or whatever you want to do, and you write "fuck Google" on your rooftop or whatever, and Google's not going to present any profanity about them, right? So then they put old imagery there.
Yeah.
So now, if you want to dig a bunker in your backyard and you don't want Google to know it's there or broadcast it to the world that it's there, because they're still going to know it's there, but you don't want to broadcast it, then you stop them from posting current images of your house, by defacing them, right? And then you build your bunker and you're good to go, right? So, I mean, there's extreme things you can do, but again, it's one of those things. It's like, is it worth the investment or not?
At what cost?
And, at what cost?
Maybe you just have a fucking vendetta against the guy, and you're just like, fuck these guys. Go for it, man. Go for it. You're some old, old school patriot. Go for it. But and not only that, at what point is it inhibiting and preventing your way of life? Is your wife cool with it? Is your wife like, fuck you, I just want a normal life. Why can't we have Netflix? So, and that brings you more trouble because now you're not getting laid anymore, and you're like, God damn it, and your kids don't talk to you because you make them check the phone at the mailbox. At what point are you like, you know what? Maybe my shopping date is just going to be tracked, but I can have my wife and kids. It's
funny you mention that because I had spent a couple of years after going through one of Mike Bazzel's courses and stuff and studying his books and everything. I spent a couple of years as kind of a side hobby, reduce my digital footprint as much as possible.
Yeah,
and I literally got it down to like 3 different things, right? I was a guest speaker at a college ROTC unit. And they had a website up there, and I couldn't get a hold of those guys to take down my bio sheet from them. So that was out there.
Okay.
I did an interview late 2004, early 2005 on CNN with Lou Dobbs. I was hosted as one of their, one of their tributes to American heroes, Lou Dobbs' things that he did.
Oh,
I was actually the first. Yeah, I was the first Air Force guy hosted on his show, and it was for stuff that I did in Iraq, before, right? And then there was one other thing, I can't remember what the heck it was, but basically I got everything off the web down to just that.
Yeah.
And here I am deployed, to the Middle East in 2017. And in order to keep my Amazon card current, my wife made a purchase with it, like a $15 purchase or something like that. And within 2 months, all of that shit started populating again.
Yeah.
All of it. All my information I spent like 2 years minimizing, and it all went right back out there. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, jeez. And that's when I was like, okay, it was fun.
It was fun. Yeah.
For 2 years.
Yeah.
But I'm done.
Yeah. It's fun. It's okay. It's whatever. Because that's the other thing is like, how quickly can it all be swiped out? Yeah. It's almost like it's almost like germs. All it takes is like one person to sneeze on the petri dish, and then you fucked up your whole biochem class. It's just like, God damn it. And it's also what is your value of life? And it's, your friends don't want to invite you to the bar anymore because you're like, don't put me on Facebook. And it's like, dude, we're 19. There's some hot sorority girls here. We're just fucking taking a picture. We're 25-cent pictures, and you're but at that point...
Yeah, but you know what? 15, 18 years later, that guy's going to be running for Congress, and those pictures are going to surface, and he doesn't have a chance.
Yeah,
that's what we live in these days.
Not with Trump. Trump changed. You can do anything now, man. I talked about this the other day with my friend from Canada. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, that's the kind of era that we live in.
Yeah, but do you think... Oh, fuck it, let's walk down this road. Do you think that whole thing is going to change? Because now everyone... my age and younger, born in 1990, now everyone has a million images up, and there was nothing to learn from. It's not until we're all old, we're the guinea pigs. We're like, oh, you get older and all those images are still up there. There's not going to be, and even in the future, even kids that are being raised now, their parents are going to be saying, don't put that up because it's going to be up there forever. There's still going to be kids that say, fuck you. It's as kids have been doing since the dawn of time. So at what point do you think that's going to change the entire job application process and political process, in that that's no longer a thorn in the side because everyone has a picture up of them, doing a keg stand.
That's a great topic of discussion, right?
I feel like it takes less than
5 minutes of Google searching right now to come up with probably several thousand accounts of where people either lost a job or didn't get hired for a job or whatever because of something that they had on their personal social media account, right? Because employers are looking at that. It kind of goes back to that whole reputation thing I was talking about in protecting a principal, right? The reputation is important. So a business, let's say a huge business like, Merrill Lynch, right? If they're looking at hiring, an executive or even just some low-level guy that's working, bank front or whatever, they're looking at hiring that person. They want to know that person's going to represent their core values and represent them well. And if they don't fit with the values of the institution that they're applying for because of what's seen on social media, they get passed over for those jobs.
Yeah.
Or, they find themselves making a comment on Twitter and then shit canned from a job.
Yeah.
Right? Because it doesn't fit, the either political or social values of that institution, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't take any time at all to go find out on Google. I mean, it's right there. Will we ever get away from that? I don't know. I don't think so because, we're talking about people wanting to protect their reputations, their bottom line, their pocketbook and stuff, right? And a lot of that comes back to, what type of people are we hiring? Now, years ago, before we had the internet, before we had social media, before we had all these things, people could sit and talk about anything they wanted to sit and talk about. It was never recorded. It wasn't broadcast to the world for somebody to go data mining on, right? And it wasn't a factor in whether or not somebody got hired.
I got it. For the first time ever, I'm taking a note to bring up a talking point. Keep going.
Yeah. And so I don't know that we're going to get away from that.
Yeah.
Because I think people have a hard time separating what they stand for as individuals and as professionals.
Okay. So,
and we're just, if we get to that point, I'll be surprised. I don't think that we will.
Yeah. Well, so what I wrote down was, passed over for other people. But let's say as we're getting more and more to where everyone has an image up somewhere of just whatever, just fucking whatever. You're in at University of Georgia, where I went to school. It wasn't until like 2013 that the school finally banned, like, I forget what it was, but it was basically like a week where all the fraternities and sororities, they dressed up as like Confederate soldiers and the girls wore skirts. And it was just fucking normal. It was like, yeah, whatever. That's just some stupid thing whatever, Greek life. It's stupid. It's fun. Yeah. Now, just 6 years later, or 7 years later, it's like, you'd all be crucified. But those images are now up there for every student that was there. So if all these images are up of just whatever, just drinking, I know there are images of me. If it's and I'll give it another 20 years, and it's going to be virtually everyone applying to every job.
Yeah.
And like you said, core values, yada, yada, yada. They are now going to get to a point where it's every person they're doing a background check is going to have them. So at some point, you're going to have to accept it as this is just the new background, Lockheed Martin's Navy ship. At some point, you're going to have to go, these are the waves. Now, let's go back even further. If you do have an applicant who has no images up, at what point is that now a red flag? Because everyone has images up. What, did this kid just look ahead and starting in 5th grade go, I'm never going to put an image? Maybe there's a super genius out there that's doing it. Chances are he doesn't need to get a job application because he's smart enough to look that far ahead. He's probably building his own company. But at what point are you're Merrill Lynch and you're looking at me and you're going, not only there are no bad pictures of Tommy up, there are no pictures. There are no social media accounts. There's nothing. Who is this? Is this a foreign actor?
That absolutely can cause suspicion.
Is this corporate espionage? Is this how many students come from China to work here, get a job at a defense contractor, and next thing you know, China's stealth fighter looks exactly like ours. At what point is it? At what point do you want to blend in and have pictures of you vomiting tequila because you blend in? It's
well, so that goes back to human tendencies, right? Human biases, unconscious biases, all that kind of stuff. Do we have people come in this country, from foreign countries that are Caucasian, right? Who maybe their country limits or prohibits that sort of technology use, right? They come here, they look like normal Caucasian people. They speak English, they do whatever, and they don't have that social footprint, and they find jobs. They do, right? So I don't know. I mean, I've never been an employer where I've had to look at people and go, all right, I'm going to do a background investigation on you because you want to apply to work for my company. Am I going to look solely at, your core competencies and experience as well as maybe a criminal background? Or am I going to dive deeper and go look at your social media, and is that going to influence me or not? I don't know. But I know it happens. I know it does happen.
Well,
so I can't say with any level of certainty or intelligence that, having no digital footprint will help or hinder you in that endeavor. But I will say that I think, depending on, as we've seen, depending on the content of your social media, it can absolutely hinder your ability, to progress in society.
What if you were suspiciously squeaky clean?
Yeah.
It's
so I have a friend like that.
Yeah.
I do have a friend like that.
Some Captain America motherfucker.
Huh?
Some Captain America motherfucker that's just too good.
I won't name him.
Okay.
But I'll put it to you this way. He and I both constantly will do background searches on each other, to see what's out there.
Yeah.
Right. And you won't find anything on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was an immigrant to our country from England. When I lived with him for a short time, I had to get permission from the Air Force to do that because I was working in some classified program stuff at the time. And so they had to do a background check on him. And so I had to go back to the UK, reach back to them and get some information on him. Well, is he a stand-up guy or not? And he turned out to be a stand-up guy, so they gave me the green light. I can stay with him. And I've been friends with him for years.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, he's lived like a nomad forever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, forever. Okay, he started out in the music industry, in the photography industry and stuff, and he's moved on to other projects and other things. But he has no digital footprint. None.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, because he lives like a nomad, he has no residence. It's easy to find. He doesn't use a credit card. He pays cash for stuff. So, his pattern of life activity is really, really hard to track unless you put a surveillance team on him, that kind of stuff. And that's just how he chooses to live his life. And I've had some discussions with people he's worked with in the past, clients that he's worked with in the past, that have asked me, like, dude, tell us about this guy. I'm like, no. Because that's the other piece of it, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to tell you anything about him. He's a stand-up guy. He knows his stuff, right? And, you should listen to him because X, Y, Z, but that's all I'm going to tell you about him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you nothing else about him.
Yeah.
Because he wants to be very private.
Yeah.
And he's lived his life that way. And he's, he's getting up in his 50s and stuff, his mid to late 50s. And that's just how his life is.
Yeah.
But he gets along with technology. He uses technology and stuff. It's just there's no real footprint for him.
Just a goddamn ghost. Yeah.
He is.
So, but what I was going to say is, so we're talking earlier about, you can remove your footprint from all, hey, I'm a school, blur me out. Paint on your roof, fuck Google. Now that's all stuff these are all things that you can access to see that you have no footprint. But those are only the things you can access.
So
if the NSA or the NRO, they don't, because they don't have a company front. They're not Google. We're like, hey, we can't put up that image that says fuck Google. NRO is not putting out anything. The NSA, no such agency, didn't exist for 30 years. They don't give a fuck if you're standing outside in your front lawn naked so Google Street View doesn't capture you, because they have nothing to broadcast. They don't need. They don't have a PR office. They're black budget. So, and not only that, even if they did blur that out, you can't access that without a clearance, right? So you don't know whether or not you truly you have no footprint. You have no footprint from the search engines and the LexisNexis that you can access.
Yeah,
there could be a whole other tier above that.
So what I'm talking about is, as far as having no digital footprint, I'm talking about what's publicly accessible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the way you can start to remove that digital footprint is petitioning all of these companies that push that information out on their public-facing websites to remove it for whatever reason. Okay, in my case, I had a bounty on my head at one time by a terrorist organization, so I was able to reach out to these companies, like Intellus and stuff like that, and provide them that information, and they removed me from their public-facing site. Okay. All that information is still kept on their proprietary sites, and it's still accessible, within reason for a fee, okay, or through subpoena from the government or whatever. But that's all public information, right? That is now, it's either public-facing or they shut off that public-facing piece, right? And it's a difficult thing to do. It's actually harder to get these companies to stop broadcasting your stuff on their public websites than it is to fix your credit by petitioning the credit bureaus. Okay, that no, dude, I made my payments on time every time. Prove me wrong. Otherwise, get rid of that bad credit on my credit report. So it's a tougher thing to do. But you're absolutely right. When it comes down to the government, and their capabilities and stuff like that, and the resources they have available to them, we just don't know how far that reach really is.
They don't want to broadcast their abilities. They don't.
And you know what? And I don't think they should.
No, you don't want them to. You don't want to pull up an image and go, "Hey, here's a picture. You thought you were in a bunker, but here's a full color image. Because now you're saying, okay, well, they have the ability to get a full color image when I thought I was below 30 feet of concrete. So they're never going to let you know whether or not that or let's say you have managed to even evade, let's say your buddy has even evaded the National Geospatial Agency and the NRO and the FBI and the NSA. They're not going to go, hey, you evaded us, because now this guy knows he's able to. So they're going to go, this guy, privately, they're going to go, this guy evaded us. How do we plug that loophole?
Right.
You're never going to know.
And they may very well go to him and be like, hey, how did you do this?
Yeah, they might hire you. They might hire you and say, okay, hey, you're now working for us, and we'll keep you in the black, as payment.
And if not, we're gonna pitch you off the continent in a way you can never come back. But so here's my take on this, right? Here's my take on this. When it comes to our classified programs and stuff, acknowledged, unacknowledged, what have you, right? I don't think that stuff should ever be released. Ever. Now, when we were doing interrogations in Iraq in 2006, 2007, the former administration finally released those documents, declassified them. So I was able to go out and pull down my intelligence information reports that I created, my team created. Now, they were redacted, so our names were left off, cleared out of there. The detainee ID numbers and personal identifying information about them was left off. But the substance of those interrogations is intact, and it's available out there for you to find, okay? Which, at the time, was all classified secret. Now, I get it. They want to show that, the Abu Ghraib scandal was just that. It was a scandal. Our process is now we don't torture. We don't do any of that stuff. But the thing is, when we classify information, we do it to protect the way we get the information. And to kind of put in perspective, I would say that maybe 80% of all usable intelligence is available on open source. Okay, you can get it through the library, you can get it through the internet, you can get it through talking to people, you can get it by making phone calls, you can get it from the news. It's there, it's available. Maybe that other 20% or so is still the information itself, maybe public knowledge to some extent, but how we get that information is protected. And it should be. Because as soon as we reveal that we've got information X on this subject, then it's very easy for our adversaries to say, this is how they collected it.
This is how they got it.
And now we're done.
It's like
we've lost that capability.
It's like I don't know if you watched that that Joe Rogan with Commander Fravor, the Navy pilot, the Navy commander. He's the guy that saw the Tic Tac UFO. He was on CNN. It's one of Joe Rogan's most viewed episodes, but it's this Navy commander talking about this fucking UFO they saw in 2004 off the coast of California. But he said part of the reason why it wasn't declassified until 2019 isn't because it was a conspiracy. It was because this thing, whatever it was, jammed our radar. And we knew it jammed our radar. Or how did we know it jammed our radar? That's classified.
Exactly.
You can't, doesn't matter if it's goddamn ET, because if we say this jammed our radar, well, now there are literal down to earth, no pun intended, China or Russia, they can go, okay, this is how This is how you block the radar of an F-22. This is how you. Yeah, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it's you don't want to reveal how you know. Maybe not even the information. It's just how you got the information. You might have figured out that I had a Big Mac last week. That's not important. It's you figured out how I had the Big Mac because I ate a Big Mac, but I was actually in the middle of the fucking Yukon Territory. How did you get that information? Well, now you're going, oh shit. Well, now we just basically said, okay, we've got this advanced satellite system that can, whatever.
Yeah.
So
I'm a big fan of if it's classified, keep it classified, right? I'm also of the school of thought, I could go through all these exercises and expend all my resources to try and hide my identity, where I'm at, all this kind of stuff, right? Because I'm worried about the government. I'm not worried about the government. I'm more concerned about some jackass that I may have cut off on the highway following me to my house,
you down.
and stirring some stuff up, right? I'm more concerned about that than I am about Big Brother coming and watching me, because I haven't done and will not do anything, to betray my country and my countrymen.
Yeah,
that's just it. That's all there is to it. So why do I need to be worried about Big Brother? That's me. Now, privacy advocates and stuff, and I agree with privacy advocates, and I can understand their position on this stuff. Like, government should not be intrusive in collecting information on me at all. Cool. And they have legislation that says they can't unless, right? But there's nothing that stops really the private industry from doing it until they get caught.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then you can sue them.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah. It's not cheating until you get caught. It's so they're absolutely doing it. Not only that, I always think of like, it's kind of like putting up a sign and saying this is a gun-free zone. Sorry, you can't do a shooting here. Well, dude, if I have a gun, the last thing that's going to stop me is a sign. It's like, so what are we doing? What's Bob Senator going? All right, NSA, you multi-billion-dollar cybernetic multi-armed monster that can suck up anything. I'm telling you, no more of that. Okay, well, we said they can't.
Yeah.
Really? They're just not, Well,
have you ever been to an institution, a restaurant or something like that, and it said no concealed carry on these grounds?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the sign. How do you know if I'm carrying or not?
Yeah.
It's concealed.
Yeah.
If I have it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay. So that's one of those things where I just go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my normal thing. I'm going to look at all the vehicles before I walk into that restaurant. I'm going to see what type of people are there. Which vehicle is most likely to have a weapon in it? Which one's going to be easiest to hotwire if I got to get out of there and mine's been disabled?
Yeah.
When I go in, who's sitting where? Who's in the back in the kitchen? Where's my exits at? Can I see everybody and everything going on? Because I'm a little paranoid when it comes to stuff like that.
You're goddamn Jason Bourne. But it's not that, dude. At UGA, sorry to cut you off again. University of Georgia, dude. My last year there, I just started thinking like where I would be on campus at certain times, and there's like one center hub where all the buses converge, and there's like all classes. Eventually, you have less in the morning and less in the evening, but they all converge around noon. And I just remember like a couple times I was just standing there looking at just like the literal all the classes would be out at once, and I'd just look around and I'd see 10,000 students walking around in a confined space. And I remember thinking, this is where and mind you, it's not just buses. You can have your friends drop you off. So any car. Yeah. I just remember thinking, this is where some dude's going to step out with an M60 and start. So no, I don't think it's paranoid, because I stopped going. I was like, there was like, there's the main library, but then there's like smaller ones. I would always stay at sort of the periphery of campus unless I had to go take like an exam, because I just remember thinking, paranoid? Sure, it probably is. But I was like, if it were to happen, where would it happen?
Yeah.
There.
Where the most amount of casualties can take place.
Where the most people right there, out in the open, in the courtyard, nothing. And I was just like, maybe I am crazy, but I was just like, if it does happen, and it does happen, shootings aren't, what the fuck is the point of this podcast? It's
right.
But it's if it were to happen, there's that many people there. Oh, and there's no guns. The only people that aren't going to bring guns are the people that are going to pay attention to that rule. People that are, but let's not go down to politics and all that shit. But but it's just, so it's like, if it were to happen, where's it going to happen? It's going to happen right there. So it's, they don't have Jason Bourne skills like you, like, hotwire that car, there are the exits. But like, no, I get it entirely. The kid I had on that survived the school shooting, He said he's completely changed how he goes about his life. He's like, I always know where I'm leaving. I always know where I'm hiding. I always know, he talks about when he was in class and they had to shut the door, but there was like a little slit window. He was like, I remember like laying down because he's tall. He's like, because I just remember thinking like, where's the line of sight of a scope? Where's the path of a bullet? And it's
well, and so getting back to the shooter thing, right? And doing the threat assessment and stuff like that. When I go in and look at a facility and I'm doing a threat and vulnerability assessment on it, those are kind of things I'm looking at. So if you're going to barricade inside an interior door, do you have a way to cover that little slot window, and whatnot? What is the material that the walls are made out of? What's the doors made out of? Which way do they open? Are you on a second story floor, a third story floor? Can you get out the windows? Can you have an escape route that way? You know what I mean? All those types of things. Also, when I'm walking into the lobby of a building or a facility or something, I'm looking to see if there's a map with a fire escape route and rally point.
Yeah.
Because guess what? If I want to do a mass casualty event, at Business X that has 500 people in there, then here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go maybe the night before, the day before, and I'm going to stage maybe an explosive device or something of that nature, okay? I'm going to call in a bomb threat or a fire alarm, right? Or I'm going to walk in the building and set off the fire alarm. And when everybody huddles out in their staging area to get their head count and make sure, they're away from the building when the fire department shows up, that's when I'm going to hit it. Yeah. Because that's what terrorists do. That's not what active shooters do. So there's a big difference in the two.
What about Columbine? I watched a documentary on Columbine that said they actually said those propane bombs, their actual plan was to set off those bombs in the cafeteria, bring down the library, and when everyone ran out, they were going to go shooting. They even apparently they put shitty made bombs in their cars because they knew eventually the EMT was going to go. I guess those kids were a special kind of psycho. I don't know.
They are a special kind of psycho, and luckily
it didn't work.
It's unfortunate what happened at Columbine, but also luckily for the people that were there that survived. These guys didn't really know what they were doing from that perspective.
But they were hoping to get hundreds. They were
some of the techniques I've seen, terrorists use are just that, right? Let's hit first responders. Let's hit second responders. Let's huddle everybody into a place where we can put them in a kill zone, so to speak. So when I'm doing like those threat and vulnerability assessments, those are things I'm looking for. I'm looking for, if I'm going to be a bad guy and create a mass casualty event here, what information do I need? Is it readily available to me or not? Just as I'm walking through here, right? And then I go, you're giving information to somebody who can use it in a bad way. So you might want to rethink how you advertise this piece. You may want to have just your trained staff of security guys directing people to where you want them to go rather than put a map up to let me know where to stage my stuff ahead of time. Things of that nature. It's just a different way of looking or approaching those kinds of puzzles, right? It goes back to all my training experience in the military and spending nearly 5 years in the Middle East dealing with these types of things, from an intelligence collection perspective and an operational perspective, where I go, if I'm going to put my bad guy hat on, how much damage can I do with resources available at this place? And then we go from there. You know what I mean? If those resources are not available to me, cool. Then I'm going to modify the threat. If there's no threat reporting on that location, okay, cool. Let's go with what the most likely dangers and stuff are. But when people and companies want like an really in-depth look at their security construct, it's an in-depth look from a terrorist vantage point. You know what I mean? That's where it's a little different for some people. But that can be very scary for people too.
Yeah.
They come in there and I do my assessment, I give them their briefing afterwards, and provide them their information report and stuff, and they're like, oh God, could this really happen? No. It could. Is it likely to happen? No, but you asked me to look at it from that perspective, so here you go.
Yeah, it's now, do you do anything with your training and your service? Do you do anything with analogous to red cell teams, where you would have someone, for anyone that doesn't know, a red cell team it's basically Annie Jacobson talks about it in her book Surprise, Kill, Vanish, how apparently the Secret Service basically contracted Delta Force to try to parachute onto the White House lawn in the 90s. Apparently they did it. and it's still classified how, because they don't want anyone to know how. But that's a red cell where you get your own guys to say, break into my system. You know, do you do something like that where it's not just you? Do you have like a friend to go? Yeah.
So I have friends that have various skills.
Yeah.
That most places we could probably get into.
Yeah.
Most.
Yeah.
Okay. And if we're talking about civilian places not affiliated with government security type systems and stuff like that, pretty much almost all of those places to some degree of success. Now, do we leave a footprint or do we not? That's always the question, right? What are we getting in there for? You know, are we trying to test their physical security to determine whether or not, you know, they're vulnerable to theft, they're vulnerable to whatever. When you talk about red cell these days, most security teams, or talk about red teaming, right? Most people think hacker.
Yeah.
Can I get into your computer systems? Okay. And so that's where a lot of the focus, in fact, you can run a search for security jobs, just security specialist on Indeed, you know, Green Door, whatever, right? Or Glassdoor. You're going to find a plethora of IT related security jobs. Mm-hmm. Very few physical security jobs, right? So this is a topic of discussion that people often overlook when they're talking about physical security or red teaming, right? They go, oh, man, is our systems vulnerable to hacking? From the outside, no, man, we got all our bells and whistles on, you know, SysP and everything else. You know, our systems are on lockdown. We got good encryption. We got this and that. We got the ability to detect somebody trying to hack our stuff. Cool. Hey, Walmart, your scanners, you know, your barcode scanners that are tied now into the Internet of Things. What security features do you have on those? Oh, so we saw a red team go in and actually exploit that and gain access to all their stuff and compromise it, right? Jesus. So if you go to a hardware store today, right, like I did last week, to get a new key cut for your house, they got these kiosks, right?
Oh, yeah.
You put your key in and you put your credit card in there.
Where's
and
that
they ask you,
goddamn
do you
data?
want us to save this key cut? So that way you can go back without the key and have a new key made. I would argue that that's vulnerable to being hacked, right? And so now all I got to do is know how to get in that system and where you live, and I got a key to your house.
Yeah. Fuck.
Okay, so when we talk about the red team on the physical security side, the question is, can me and my friends get into your facility and install a pineapple on your network, or drop a thumb drive that somebody's going to be stupid enough to plug into their computer, or something of that nature?
Shout out Stuxnet.
Yeah, what's that?
I said shout out Stuxnet.
Yeah,
Iran. Yeah.
Yeah. So in a lot of cases, yes, and there are very specific techniques for doing things like surreptitious entry. You know, how do you bypass locks and security features on doors? How do you talk your way into a place, right? How do you gain what we call trusted agent access to a facility with no credentials? You know what I mean? That's all part of the physical security piece. You know, do you go in during daylight hours when normal business operations are happening, or do you sneak in at night? You know, which is going to be easier to do. So, so I've done some work like that, mostly on the military side. I've done a little bit of that on the civilian side, but the principles are all the same. And like me, most of my buddies I did that stuff with, they are now retired too from the military. Yeah. And so they got more free time on their hands like I do.
Yeah. Now for you though, so you're assessing this place of business, and you're seeing all the threats, and then you're offering a solution.
Correct.
Do you use a red cell team against your solution, or is that just like, is that beyond the budget? Is that beyond the budget?
We'll use their security team.
Okay.
You know, or we'll come back and do a retest.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
But if it's something that I'm doing, I usually don't go to another team and be like, hey, can you test my solution on this? Yeah. It's usually part of the agreement. Hey, if I come in and test this and you implement these security features, I will come back out and retest it to see where you're at. Yeah. You know, like reevaluate. Yeah. Or I will give them the criteria for their security guys to reevaluate once they're done setting all that stuff in place. But I'll give you a quick example of how easy some of this stuff is, right? So in a lot of cities around the U.S., businesses have requirements based on legislation and laws to have an access key box on the outside of their building so that law enforcement or fire can use that to get a key for their building to gain access to their building. So when new construction is going up, a lot of these boxes that hold the keys are installed on the outside of the buildings, right? So let's say there's an active shooter, the guy comes in, locks down the place, and then goes on a shooting spree and stuff, and the cops don't want to alert them to their presence, so they show up, they open this lock box, which has a universal key for that city to gain access to that lockbox, and now they've got the key to be able to go in to that building and clear it. Okay, so when construction is happening, a lot of times those keyways or
it's just sitting there, right?
It's sitting there unlocked.
Yeah.
And you can open it and take that keyway out, okay, code the key, cut the key, put the keyway back in there, okay, and you're good. And now you have a universal key to open all those locks in the whole city.
Or you're a fucking construction worker and you decide you're going to shoot up this place, so you fucking change the code, so when the cops do arrive, your door's not open.
Or they can't get in, right?
Yeah.
Or better yet, right, let's talk about it from a bioterrorist perspective. Let's say somebody clandestinely wants to get into a restaurant and poison all their food, or put some kind of disease, virus or something like that, and say Krispy Kreme donuts. Right?
How dare they?
That's right. So you go in after hours, you gain access to the facility, right, through using that universal key to gain, get the key for the building. But that, you go in and do something like that. We have seen in the past where people have gone to
restaurants
that have buffets or salad bars.
Salmonella. I talked about this
salmonella,
with the Colt
right?
guy.
They put salmonella in there.
Yeah.
So there's ways to get into facilities to do that undetected. So that's all I'm getting at. So that's just one possible technique to be able to gain access to a lot of different places in town. Hopefully nobody takes that information and uses it for nefarious means.
Yeah.
But I would like people to be aware that, hey, this is a potential vulnerability.
Yeah.
Not just for that facility, but now for any facility in town that has a lockbox like that that's keyed to the same lock.
Yeah. And I think with certain things we're getting at, we might be some of the things we go, it seems like there's always a way to get past whatever thing we just brought up. But I feel like with certain things, you also have to realize like the scope of what you're dealing with. Like, okay, now we're getting to a point where we're dealing with an active shooter. We're not dealing with Spetsnaz or Delta Force.
Right.
We're dealing with elementary school Smith, which by all means is all important, but it's not Cheyenne Mountain. It's not NORAD.
Yeah.
It's
your average active shooter is not going to be thinking this way.
Yeah.
Again, you got to remember, most of them have a mental health issue that's been untreated. Okay, they're not going to be in the right mind of thinking through all of these things. They're going to be fixated on their perceived injustice. They're going to have agitation and behaviors that move them down that continuum of harm or continuum of violence until it reaches an apex where they have the means and opportunity to carry out their attack. And at that point, they're not planning in most cases to survive that attack. Which is why we see suicides or suicide by cop or interception by somebody else.
Yeah.
They just want to go out hitting their goal. They don't want to fail.
Yeah.
But they don't also see themselves getting out of it either. Just like people that are suicidal.
Yeah.
They look at that as the final act.
There is no, you don't need a plan past that because I am not here for that. You know?
Curtain comes down after that.
It's almost like I don't care what happens at the party after this. I'm leaving, And
so when you're dealing with somebody in that mindset, they're not going to be thinking of all of these physical security things that we just kind of covered and all that stuff. They're not going to be thinking about that.
They're not looking
now,
at the military,
they may disguise how they acquire tools and weapons. I have seen where people go to great lengths to disguise how they acquire those things. For instance, purchasing stuff on the black market, ghost guns, building their own stuff from 8% lowers and paying cash for things and all that stuff. And there's all kinds of debates about that. And I'm not going to get into all those debates, but I say that to make a point that once they're in the planning phases, once they've selected their target and they're gathering equipment and they're training to use that equipment, okay.
That window's getting smaller.
That window's getting smaller and smaller and smaller to be able to intervene.
Yeah. Well, that's where AI would come in. So we're looking at it as getting smaller and smaller and smaller to where someone can notice, or, Amazon's looking at their algorithms. And, it's like, what was that? Was it late 2000s or early 2010s? The pressure cooker. There was like a couple like Muslim immigrants who legitimately. No, not that. There was one where these like Muslim immigrants, like there was like 3 of them in a cul-de-sac, and they legitimately were just buying pressure cookers for like a block party. It truly wasn't nefarious, but I think it might have been Amazon, it might have been like Alibaba, but flags were going up, and apparently like FBI descended, and it was only from like shopping patterns, and it truly was just, you know, Bob and Ob, just, you know, they were just, you know, they're new immigrants and they're celebrating the American dream.
Yeah.
But things like that, it almost seems like you have to go back and lean on the AI, you know, because as that window's getting smaller, it's almost like this cruel catch-22. Like the leakage it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, it's almost like the incoming bomber. It's, you know, the incoming B-52. Its radar cross section's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, but the window's getting smaller and smaller and smaller to stop it as it's bringing the bomb, whatever. So it seems like this potential shooter, it's like they're giving off more, you know, maybe they're doing more erratic things. Maybe they're not just paying cash anymore. The Columbine shooters went to the gas station beforehand to get some, I think they got some water or something. It might have been the propane tanks. I don't remember. And it's like, okay, well now they're making more and more mistakes, but it's now we're hours till 0 hour instead of months. But it seems like that's where AI would come, because AI, it's like Elon Musk said about his cars. You know, they do a 360 scan 1,000 times a second. They have electronic motors. So for them, it's going in slow motion. It's like Matrix. They see the bullet going and they just push it out of the way. Something like AI, that narrow window, that wouldn't matter to them. They would be able to take advantage of now you're slipping up. Now you went and bought, you know, whatever body armor. Now you went and bought, you know, some hollow points. What do you think about?
Yeah, but so at what point though do we go? It meets the threshold of reasonable suspicion, okay, or suspicious activity, where a court will sign off on a warrant to conduct surveillance or something of that nature, right? I mean, because let's face it, we're not in the Tom Cruise Minority Report phase yet.
Yeah. That's what I was going to get to. They're not guilty.
The predictive analysis piece on
it. They do anything yet. They're not guilty.
Due process.
Yeah.
And so that's another tenet, you know, that we have in our country, that a privilege or right, if you will, you know, to due process. Okay, we're presumed innocent until proven guilty, right? So as we go down that AI path, the scales tip in the guilty side, like those Muslims you were talking about, right? The assumption now is that these guys are terrorists because they're all buying freaking pressure cookers, right? There's no due process there, and there's no presumed innocence in that case.
Yeah.
Right? So really the response based on our rights and our laws and our privileges of being Americans they overreached. Law enforcement overreached on that. You know, at that point, maybe the appropriate response would have been to set up a surveillance operation and start killing these guys. And then maybe dig into their backgrounds to see, do they have any ties with known terrorist organizations? Are they communicating with any known terrorists? You know, use the Patriot Act the way it was intended, not to overreact and cause a problem where there was no problem. Those types of things, when those reactions come from the government that way, we tend to take a step back and go, whoa. Yeah. Are they collecting intelligence on U.S. personnel they're not supposed to? What the hell's going on here? Yeah. You know, is Big Brother watching me all the time? That's what makes people paranoid. And that's why I go back and say, you know, hey, if they're using that technology, great. I don't want to know about it.
Yeah. But then
wait until I've done something where I'm caught in the act, or, you know, I've done something where it's prosecutable. You know what I mean? Yeah. And there's a fine line. And to defend and protect or react.
And we're saying that now. We're saying that in February 2020. You know, hey, you can't do that. But what if it's September 12th, 2001, and you just watched 136 people jump to their deaths from the North Tower, and 3,000 people were incinerated, and 220 or 210-story buildings came crashing down, and, you know, for the next 20 years, emergency workers are dying from the dust, or, you know, 343 firefighters dead on the day. Now you're at this point. It's like there's one political cartoon that's always just sat with me over the years, and from like being on the, like, you know, because I've jumped sides so many times, but one's always sat with me, and it's like a political cartoon, but it's like a drawing of like one of the famous pictures of like two people like holding hands as they're falling out of the North Tower, but they're looking at each other, and one says, "How do you feel about enhanced interrogation?" but it's one of those things where you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
You know, February 2020, we can say, Uncle Sam, don't do that. You're overreaching my rights. Yeah. When the fire's still smoldering at ground zero, you're going, why the fuck? You know, what the hell, government guys? Why didn't you nut up? Why didn't you say, hey, we're putting rights on hold? It's like, it's almost like you can never be right, you know?
You know, you got a good point there. It is a difficult, very complex issue to attack or to engage on or to work through, right? It's how do you put this? How do you gain security without surrendering your rights?
Those who surrender freedom for security will have neither. Yeah, it's.
Yep. How do you do that, right? It's like the Pearl Harbor thing. So we knew the Japanese were inbound.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we didn't know to what extent their attack was going to be, right? Some conspiracy theorists out there go, well, you know, the government allowed that to happen so we could get pulled into World War II.
Yeah.
Right? Dude, I have a hard time swallowing that pill, I'll tell you. Just like some people say, you know, we allowed 9/11 to happen so we can initiate the war on terrorists, you know, stuff like that. I got a hard time swallowing that pill too.
Yeah.
You know, just like I got a hard time swallowing the pill that says, you know, big pharmaceutical companies have a cure for cancer, but they won't let it out because they need to keep selling their drugs. I got a hard time swallowing those pills. So I do go back to this, though, right? Can we prevent things from happening? Maybe. Can we do it without crushing everybody's rights? I don't know. And if we do, I don't want to know that we're doing it. I don't want to know. It's ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah, no,
do we have the capability to do it? Do we have computer systems that can do that predictive analysis, that can do all that stuff? Yes. I'm going to go back to where we run into problems with those processes. And that's where you have human interaction, right? We can't allow it to be completely autonomous and make moral decisions on its own as far as artificial intelligence stuff goes. But at the same time, you know, when you have a human being making a decision based on the information provided through the AI, it has to be an educated decision. It can't be coming off half-cocked or partial information or partial understanding of what's happening. It has to be a complete sight picture before you engage. And when I say complete sight picture, I go, you know, you don't just need to know that these 3 Muslim men all bought pressure cookers at the same time. You know what I mean? And we're getting close to a holiday that is typically used as propaganda for terrorist organizations to attack, you know, around the world. And they're calling their global jihad on these days for these places. And these guys just happen to be in a town that provides prime targets for them and their recent immigrants and all this stuff. That's all good and well. Okay, that is a concern. Because we had the Boston Marathon bombs, you use pressure cooker bombs. We've seen pressure cooker bombs used in the Middle East. Okay, we know it's an effective tool. But what else is going on here? Did these guys go buy fertilizer and diesel fuel? Did they acquire chemicals to be able to make homemade explosives? Did they go and get gallons and gallons of urine and dry it out in a freaking tarp in their backyard, and get make urea nitrate or ammonium nitrate? And have they been going to, chop shops or whatever, businesses to collect aluminum powder? Have they done those pieces?
Yeah.
Right? Like, what's the rest of the story here?
Yeah. And is letting us know, is that going back to what maybe they knew that these guys didn't do that, but you can't say that we knew they didn't do that because now it's, well, how did you get that information? Well, that process is classified. God damn it.
So this is where I go, give me the whole sight picture, man.
Yeah.
Give me the whole sight picture, and then let me make a decision on a course of action, right? Paranoia does strange things to people. It really does. It makes them act with little information, and a lot of times what they do, the decision they make is going to be the wrong one, a lot of times. So I'm okay with, hey, collect the threat indicators. Go ahead and collect that. That's fine. If you need to use a Patriot Act to do it, right? If you need tips from locals or whatever, okay, cool, you get a tip. Red flag laws in states now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now my neighbor can be like, hey, that Dan Libby guy made a threat against me, and I know he's got guns because I saw him walking with a target one day.
Yeah. And
then the cops show up and they raid my house because they got a warrant, and I don't get any due process, and I'm presumed guilty until guilty now.
Innocent.
And I got 5 years to prove to the courts that I'm not a threat before they destroy my guns, right? That could happen.
Yeah.
It's the same type of thing. It's like, whoa, where's my due process? Where's my rights?
Yeah. Whereas
right?
I served in the Air Force for 26 years. Whereas,
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, if my neighbor has an issue with me and he goes and makes that claim, I would expect law enforcement to go, all right, well, we might have a reasonable cause now to set up a surveillance operation on this guy and get some more information.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Let's go canvass the neighborhood and see if the neighbors heard anything.
Yeah.
Let's start an investigation before we go raid this guy's house and rob him of his rights.
Yeah. Or, does this neighbor just fucking hate Dan Libby? Is that just some guy that's like, hey, fuck this guy?
Right. So, I mean, that's why I go back to, fine, use the Patriot Act. Gather that intel that you feel you need, but give me a whole side picture before you go off and do something that ends up getting egg on your face and telling the whole U.S. population that, oh, by the way, we are surveilling you, and we're going to take action with not all the information.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing that I use when I'm talking. I'm going to circle this back in to that behavioral profiling, right? So when I talk about behavioral profiling, I really caution people, hey, don't label somebody as a extreme threat because they're exhibiting some of these behaviors. Look at those behaviors as symptoms of something that's going on in their life that really needs to be addressed so that they don't evolve into these things. So I try to discourage people from looking at somebody that's got all these behaviors, these concerning behaviors associated with active shooters, and say they're going to commit a crime. Okay, maybe not, So let's not worry about that because they haven't done it yet, right? They haven't done it yet. So let's talk about the behaviors and how can we help them overcome the things that are causing these behaviors. Let's do that. Because if we can treat that, then we don't have to worry about them being labeled in the papers down the road as something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's where I go, hey, let's get all the facts.
Yeah.
I mean, I could profile 20 people in the mall and be like, all right, I'm going to do a deep dive on all these people. I'm going to find out what's going on with them. I'm going to surveil. I'm going to get a team in here. We're going to do surveillance on these guys for a month. And we're going to figure out which of these people are exhibiting 10 or more of these behaviors, right? And then I could easily label them as they're potential active shooters. And then nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
Right? Or I could go, hey, these guys have some serious stressors in their lives and they need some help building resiliency.
Yeah.
Let's get them into a program to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's to me, it keeps falling back on AI is how do you do this for everyone? It's like, cause if you're not scanning everyone for that, it doesn't matter if you successfully scanned 80 out of 100 people. If it just so happens to be that the guy that shoots is number 83 is all for naught.
Yeah.
It's
so you talk about AI scanning a bunch of people, right? We do this in public.
Can I go pee?
Yeah.
Is coronavirus, did China engineer that and that's how they got the Hong Kong protests to stop? Or I saw an interesting, I read it to JP, the Air Force guy, some post I saw on Reddit, and it was like coronavirus is U.S. engineered and released in China because everyone would point fingers at China and say they're using it to get rid of the protests. And not only that, they're like, what better way to win a trade war than to get every country to go, yeah, stop buying Chinese, it has coronavirus.
That's funny.
Yeah.
This, I guess, the coronavirus outbreak, it's a tragic thing, first of all, let me say that. Because we're talking about millions of people being put in quarantine, hundreds or thousands of people contracting it and dying from it, right? It's a very, very sad thing in that perspective. We're kind of overdue for a pandemic of sorts. About every 100 years we have an outbreak.
1920, 1820.
Worse than MERS or SARS or anything else. I have been tracking a lot of information, a lot of news on the internet about it, and a lot of news sources coming in on it and stuff. And I've found some interesting things through non-mainstream media. I'll put it that way, right? Okay. So I'm tied into a lot of different communities who pull in information from all kinds of sources and stuff. And it's interesting how when we talk about, an outbreak of this sort, how people can capitalize on it, and this kind of spawns conspiracy theories and everything else. But we did see not too long ago in India, there was some kind of election pulling up. And if I had it in front of me, I could quote it exactly what the event was. But voters were actually being discouraged from showing up to vote on some sort of election in India because information was put out that somebody in that area had the coronavirus and people are encouraged to stay home, right? Which was kind of like disinformation.
Yeah.
Because there was no known cases of the coronavirus at that location or any of the surrounding areas, right?
You swoop in and win that election. Yeah.
India also released a report, I want to say a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, that some doctors in India had discovered some RNA attached to that virus that is very, very similar to the HIV virus, right? And they were alluding to the notion that the coronavirus was engineered as a host to introduce a different virus that is longer lasting and maybe potentially more lethal, right? Weaponizing essentially a virus. So now it's an interesting thought. I haven't been able to find any more information to either substantiate or discredit that report, and I haven't heard any or been able to find any more information on that. But let's say hypothetically, you did have a virus that you were creating in a lab as a way to introduce a different virus or weaponize that virus to introduce something else into humans that's easily contractable, right? So HIV has to be contracted through, bodily fluid contact, right? But if you can create a flu virus that can be contracted through coughing or sneezing or whatever, liquid particulates in the air, as a way to introduce maybe something worse, why wouldn't somebody do that? Especially, a government or agency that is looking to experiment with biological warfare as a means of eradicating maybe their adversaries, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of international laws that prevent that, and whatnot, and a lot of international agreements. But when it comes down to it, we know, our government knows as well as other governments that those possibilities to weaponize viruses and stuff exists. And so we have to be able to create those viruses and figure out ways to attack them and whatnot, or manage that in some way to protect ourselves.
Mutually assured destruction. You got to let them know that you can make a designer virus. We're going to have one coming too. We're going to have 100 B1Bs dropping aerosol containers. Yeah. It's the same logic.
What makes biological warfare so horrific, and I'm not even saying that that's what the coronavirus is.
Sure.
Okay, but we're kind of on this topic now.
Yeah.
Simply because, one, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a biologist, and I'm not a doctor, so I don't have any authority to speak on this piece, right?
Yeah.
On what that is. But what makes it so dangerous, so lethal, is that it's an indiscriminate killer. Okay, biological warfare, chemical warfare, those are all indiscriminate agents. They don't care who you are, it attacks you. Plain and simple. Which is why, we don't use that as a weapon of war. We don't. That's not to say other countries will never do it.
I was going to say the Nazis, Dr. Bloma, he had a program that he called the Sword and the Shield. Because they learned from World War I, hey, mustard gas is great when the wind's at our back, but not vice versa. So their plan was, well, why don't we inoculate the German people, our perfect race? And that's they called it the shield, and then the sword was going to be the biological warfare. Fortunately, we fucked up Germany and Hitler offed himself, but no, that was in 45, 44. That's what the sword and the shield. So that it is a possibility. Or maybe you're not even, maybe it's your doomsday. Maybe you don't need to inoculate everyone. Maybe you just got to get the guys at the top, I
did find it interesting, though, when we're talking about the coronavirus and how that's being managed in China, right? So I got my hands on a copy of the reprimand that was given to Dr. Li, the first guy to start reporting on the coronavirus in Wuhan, right? He was reprimanded by the Chinese government through local law enforcement. And he was basically told to stop putting out false information about confirmed SARS cases. That it was unlawful and it was scaring people, and you don't do that. And if you continue to do that, then you're going to get punished, basically under their laws, right? So I'm paraphrasing there, but it specifically cited, the government was saying, these are 7 confirmed SARS cases. So the Chinese government knew what was happening, what type of virus it was, and they tried to shut him up and basically tell him, no, it's just SARS, so shut up, right? And now he's dead. The first doctor to report that stuff is now dead from that disease, or so
allegedly.
So we've been told. It's also interesting, though, that news reporters in China that started reporting on this stuff have begun vanishing. The journalists over there began vanishing. the World Health Organization was finally given access to go in and kind of find out what's going on. The stories coming out of China on where it originated from. Was it a snake? Was it a bat? Was it a flea or a bug that the snake ate and the bat ate the snake, or vice versa, or whatever, and now it's passed on to human. All of that stuff just says they really don't, either they don't know or they don't want to tell the world what it is and how bad it is. But I do find it interesting that in Wuhan, in that city in particular, where the outbreak originated, there is a research and development center there for biological agents, kind of like the CDC is here in the United States. So is it something that was produced in the lab and got loose? Was it intentionally released? Was there some kind of cross-contamination that just got out? Or is it just something that happened from nature and got into a food source, or was passed on to human beings and spread that way? Who knows? Nobody knows yet.
What do you think about those satellite images showing around Wuhan are insanely spiked levels of is it sulfur dioxide? It's some sulfuric byproduct that comes from burning organic matter, and you can look
Human beings.
You can look at maps of crematoriums and be like, it's a common thing where you'll see almost like a weather map, like precipitation levels. It'll be yellow, orange, dark orange, blood red, and it's all in Wuhan, and like the amount they can correlate would be the equivalent organic mass burned and dispersed as 13,000 bodies.
So I have a family member who teaches English to Chinese children via the internet, right? And some of the reports that she's getting from people in her community that are actually in China, who have since been censored and or denied access now to the internet, we're basically telling her, and again, it's unconfirmed. I don't have anything that confirms this, but it was along the same lines as some other stories that I had gotten in regards to these hospitals that were built in like 5 to 7 days. These massive hospitals were actually really just incinerators, to deal with human remains from the dead that were there, right? And so, they say, okay, we had 800 people die. Well, is that really 800, or is there thousands of people dying and you're just calling it pneumonia or old age or something else, and it's actually related to this, and really you have no other way to get rid of these bodies other than to burn them? I don't know. So again, unconfirmed. Let me make that perfectly clear, unconfirmed. But some of the stories that are coming out that are now these people in China no longer have access to the internet, to these English classes, right? Because of whatever information they put out that violated their laws to scare the people. They've been censored. Who knows? So maybe the World Health Organization is going to get to the bottom of it and release that information. It'd be nice if they did. But it does create a great environment for speculation on conspiracy theories and stuff. And I know we have not seen the end of that. No. I think we're just seeing the beginning of it.
It doesn't help that China is... It's not like... I mean, conspiracy theories arise out of everything. And you can point at anything and be like, it's the CIA. But, it's not a leap at all. It's barely even a skip to say China's going to censor it. They censor fucking everything.
Oh, yeah, of course.
The Great Firewall of China. It's not... They have social credit scores. People do vanish. They have the... What was it? They have the mobile... They have literally the mobile... They have the mobile death sentence vans. Well, they'll come to the jail and be like, oh, no, China doesn't have this, in America, it's like, well, death sentence, you're going to run up so many legal fees. China's just, fuck it. They just pull up and you're done. Not only that, sell all your organs on the fucking black market, which they're fucking known for. What is, so what's going on? Is it now, I mean...
I'm looking for one of the articles.
Yeah. It's, but it's not, but it's not a stretch to say China's doing sketchy shit. And not only that, China, how do you deal with Hong Kong? And how do you deal with it? I talked about this the other day. You can't do a Tiananmen Square because no matter how much you censor it, the world is infinitely more connected now. But not only that, you also can't back down and let Hong Kong push you around, because does that not send a message of like, oh, are you not big bad China anymore? So they have to deal with Hong Kong. So it's not another Tiananmen Square, and they also can't use the boot of Tiananmen Square. Well, what better way to do it than...
It's I can't find it right now. It's probably buried deep now on this guy's website. So one of the guys that I get a lot of information from, great guy named Ian Bremer. Okay. He's he's a key influencer on LinkedIn and other places. He's a political correspondent, kind of like a freelance writer or whatever. And he puts out a lot of great information and stories. I don't always agree with his take on things. I think, like a lot of journalists, there's always that narrative that goes with it that's
clickbait.
I take with a grain of salt. But he does speak a lot of good truth and a lot of good points, and he's usually one of the guys that gets information first. Don't know how he does it. He's really good at it. But so one of the articles I read that he posted last week, and like I said, it's probably buried now because he does several of them a day, talked about the hit that the economy took after the acknowledgement of the coronavirus from China, right? And the quarantine that's happened.
U.S. economy or Chinese? Or global?
The global economy,
okay,
right, took a drop because with all the millions of people now that are quarantined in China, everything's shut down, right? And stuff's not coming out of China.
Well, yeah,
just stuff's not coming out
because they don't know whether or not it comes with physical material, so they don't know.
Yeah. So I mean that definitely impacts global trade, and it's gonna have a financial hit on everything. And it was funny, something that Ian Bremmer said. He goes, he says, China sneezes and the whole world gets a cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's kind of what's happened here. We've got an epidemic. I don't know if it's a pandemic yet, although more and more cases are starting to show up slowly in other countries, including the U.S. Not nearly to the volume and extent that they have in China, but it definitely has had a negative impact on global commerce and stuff. So from that perspective, it's a speculation game right now as to how all that's going to eventually play out. But if it does continue to grow and get worse, and China doesn't get a handle on it, and it becomes more lethal than what they're saying, or it is more lethal than what they're saying, it could have resounding implications on China's standing as a global leader in economy, as well as a superpower in the world too, from a military perspective.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a sit and wait kind of situation.
Well, so is there any legitimacy to the idea that this is a form of warfare? What better way to? I mean, the analogy I saw was we're Tanya Harding hitting Nancy Kerrigan in the knee with the bat. Take out China early. Why make it a military conflict when you can release coronavirus? To kill them? No. To get everyone to stop importing their exports? Yes.
Yeah, I would
trillions of dollars
at
stake.
There's a great deal of evil behind an act like that, because I mean, you're talking about unleashing a lethal virus that's going to kill indiscriminately. I think there's much greater ways to disrupt commerce and things of that nature than to release a virus that has potential to kill thousands, if not millions of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So is it possible? Yeah, I guess it could be possible.
What about
stuff
like?
I'm not putting any stock in that notion. You know what I mean?
What about like stuff like the Tuskegee experiments, where the government gave syphilis, inoculated or gave injections of syphilis to tens of thousands of black people in like the 30s and 40s. It's like they do it. It's like. And
it's not beyond thinking that a government governments have tested chemicals and biological stuff on their own people, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, we've done it, right?
Yeah.
We did it with the nuclear testing,
and
nuclear arms testing and stuff.
Operation Buster Jangle as well. What I was going to say is, sorry to cut you off. I was going to say Operation Paperclip. We brought over all those Nazis. A lesser known one is Unit 731 from the Japanese army, where they apparently put the Nazis to shame with their biological experiments. Who all came over to the United States with no legal repercussions? The guys from Unit 731, because we wanted all that information. It's probably not what happened, but it's also not entirely in the stratosphere of conspiracy. It's the Nazis in the desert going to the moon. It's crazier shit's happened.
I think though, normally when governments have stepped out into that dark realm and done that kind of testing, it's usually been chemical testing and not so much biological, right? So, the Russians developed ricin as a neurotoxin, from the castor bean skins and stuff like that. Yeah. And when they were testing it, they would go collect homeless people bring them into these clinics, give them a bath, give them food, get them cleaned up, and give them a medical check and give them inoculations. And then they'd sit outside the room and record the effects the ricin had on their body based on the dosage and the weights and all that stuff, so they could fine tune that as a weapon system for espionage and assassination. The CIA, back I think is a 30s or 40s, released LSD in subways in New York, and then tracked the effects of that.
Saw how it moved around. We also Operation Midnight Climax, where we used to take U.S. citizens and get prostitutes to lure them in, and we hit them with the LSD.
Yeah. So I mean, we know governments have done that on a chemical warfare basis. I mean, the Army tested, our U.S. Army tested mustard gas on our own soldiers, prior to World War II. We tested the effects of radiation poisoning from the nuclear tests out in the desert, on our own guys. So, I mean, that happens. But when you talk about releasing a biological agent, right, a virus, that there's no way to control the effects of it, right? Now you're talking about something that makes it a little harder for me to say, yeah, that was an intentional release. Now, I'm more in the school of thought that if it was being developed as a weapon or studied to come up with a vaccine against it because maybe somebody else will use it as a weapon and it somehow escaped a lab, through some kind of contamination or something like that, that would be a little more believable for me. I would even go as far as to say it could have been an insider that intentionally released it because he was disgruntled against the government or something like that. Who knows? Because that possibility exists too. But for a government to intentionally release something like that on a population, I don't see how a foreign country would be able to penetrate China with something like that to be able to release it, unless somebody was willing to be a martyr.
If anyone could, it would be us, though.
And went there during the incubation period, where there was no symptoms showing, and released it, or somebody unwittingly did it. But again, you're talking about something that could just decimate millions of people with no discrimination. And I don't see a modern government. When I say modern, I'm talking about first world nation, not third world nation, right? That would do something like that at this point in time. That's pretty deviant. I mean, I see us going nuclear before doing something like that.
But I mean, just be a devil's advocate. Turn back the clocks and go to the stuff we just talked about: LSD in the New York subways, the Tuskegee experiments, taking in Unit 731, all their top guys from where was the guys? It was in Manchukuo. It was that's. Do you ever listen to Jocko Willink? Do you know who Jocko is?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Crazy Navy SEAL.
But I'm not sure.
Crazy Navy SEAL. Posts a picture of his watch every morning at 4:30 when he's working out. He does an episode on Unit 731. He was a SEAL team commander, but but turn back the clocks to then. It's kind of like, let's say you're 1947. You're a red-blooded American, and someone says, "Oh, dude, I just got it, dude. I was working there. I was doing paper at this base in Nevada, or at was it Fort Bliss? Dude, I swear to God, they had these blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nazis, and they were building these fucking rockets, and they said they were going to go to the moon, and they said Kennedy was okay with it. Fuck you, man. Give me some of that acid." But that's what happened. That's what happened. I mean, Werner von Braun got the American. Did he get the American Medal of Freedom? That's what happened. So imagine you just defeated the Nazis. Imagine telling that to someone, you go, I don't know. That's how I look at it. Is like, it seems like crazy. And okay, so, but maybe.
So I guess what would be the telltale on that to lead me down that thought process of maybe it was a hostile act from a foreign government, foreign to China. How fast is a vaccine developed and pushed out? Right.
Do we already have it?
Before you release something like that, you'd want to have a way to inoculate people to protect them from that. Because if you're going to release something like that on a foreign country, you got to know with global travel and prolific trade and all that stuff that we have going on, it's going to spread beyond the borders of that country. So how do you protect your own while releasing something like that? That's why I go, chemicals is one thing because it's more controllable than, say, a biological weapon. So on average, it takes 12 to 24 months to develop an effective antiviral medication for a new virus, right? I think we saw that with MERS and with SARS and, H1N1 and all that stuff, right? So if a country releases a vast amount of an inoculation or an antiviral that attacks this particular strain of the coronavirus in a relatively short period of time. I mean, the next 2 to 6 months, right? That's way ahead of anything else that's ever been developed and released. Then I might go, how did they do that?
Did we have that in our back pocket? Yeah. Okay. I think I'm realizing as we're talking about this that you and I are both stretching far beyond our field of anything that we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
But it would be interesting if you can find a medical scientist who has maybe worked for the CDC and bring them on board and talk to them about this kind of stuff. My
best friend's father is one of the top guys at the CDC.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
but
he might not be able to talk about it.
I talked to him, and the response was, "I cannot talk about that." So, but let's go back into a more realistic thing.
Sure.
Where do you see? I made this, so my guest bailed on me last Friday, so I decided to go on a solo crazy person rant, and I just talked to the camera for an hour about AI, and I made my own thesis that building super intelligent AI will be the biggest and most potentially disruptive project since the Manhattan Project in terms of sudden jump in ability to eliminate your foes. There was nothing quite like all of a sudden we had the atom bomb. We could now literally vaporize cities. Okay, cool. You got a new Spitfire. You got a new Messerschmitt 262. Fuck you. Here's a gun-type uranium bomb. Bye-bye. I made the argument that I don't think there... Do you think that there is a race to develop... Because, I mean, we know the U.S. and the Chinese go back with supercomputers. I don't know if we're in exaflops yet, but quintillions of operations per second, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there is, and this has nothing to do with coronavirus. I'm not even segueing. I'm just into the section. Do you think that there is just military application? Do you think there is a race? It's certainly not publicized to develop AI. What better weapon is there? What better weapon is there?
Yeah, I can say with certainty that race is ongoing.
Okay.
And has been ongoing.
Okay.
And I think that the nation that perfects AI, as well as utilization of quantum computing, right, will be the leader of the pack when it comes to cyber warfare. I'll put it this way. If you have the ability for computers to do millions and millions of calculations in nanoseconds, right, and deliver usable results and information and decision-making applications, as well as defeat cryptology from foreign countries and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, you're going to be the leader of the pack. You're going to be the leader of the pack.
Yeah, why not?
It has so many applications, everything from, warfare to, medical science, to supply chain management and global commerce.
Yeah.
Right. So yes, I mean this is a war that's been going on, a quiet war of sorts. When we talk about, recently we had the stand up of U.S. Space Force, right? The Army now has a grandchild, right? 1947, the Air Force was birthed, from the Army Air Corps. So we became the Air Force became a child. Now the Army has a grandchild.
Yeah.
But this was something that's been talked about for years. The need to have a separate branch of the military specifically dedicated to operations in space. Now, people think, Space Force, what does that mean? We're talking about Star Wars. We're talking about putting people up in space with weapon systems and stuff. No, I mean, let's break it down to what it really is.
We have U.S. Space Command already, which is the Air Force.
We have satellites in orbit that we depend upon for everything, from navigation to timing to surveillance to, do people like to get in their cars and not use a paper map anymore and figure out where they're going because their phone tells them where to go?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Of course they do.
Global positioning system. Yeah.
They like using their GPS and stuff. So GPS started out as not the GPS. It wasn't a global positioning system. It was Navstar.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It was a constellation of like 3 satellites that helped you figure out where you were going. And the Navy revolutionized that. And they said, look, we don't need to know where we're going. We know where we're going. We need to know where we are. And so global positioning system was developed out of Navstar, right? And that's how it was sold to the government to fund it and create the GPS constellation that we know today and where it's at today. So everything in space is now vulnerable. Once it's in orbit, okay, it's subject to intercept, attack, and all that kind of stuff. We've seen through some significant events in space that if you have a kinetic engagement with a satellite, you create thousands of microsatellites that cause problems for everything. Yeah. So when the Chinese shot down a satellite,
anti-satellite missile,
they used an anti-satellite missile. They destroyed a satellite in orbit. They created thousands and thousands of microsatellites, the debris path, and the international community had to move the International Space Station to a new orbit because it was in the debris path. Right?
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. So that doesn't do anybody any good.
No.
So it comes down to, how do we communicate with satellites? Well, we use radio waves, and we use encryption on those radio waves to utilize those satellites, right? So you're going to have a satellite, you're going to have a ground station, and sometimes something in between. But that signal is going back and forth, it's encrypted, right? So do we need to be able to protect that? Absolutely. And how do we do that? How do we protect that? You can jam the signal, okay, and mess it up. You can introduce computer code. If you can crack into the satellite itself and take control of the satellite, you can introduce that stuff into a ground station and mess with it on the ground station. So there's all these different intercept points on how that can be messed with, right? So we need to be able to protect it, but we also need to be able to exploit that in other countries and go on the offensive if necessary. Artificial intelligence and quantum computing is going to give us a huge advantage in that realm, because when we get to the point where encryption is null and void, right? Because we got the ability to crack it in seconds, rather than, right? Our ability to collect intelligence and protect our systems and, maybe exploit other space assets or whatever is going to be huge. And so whoever gets there first is going to be the winner.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is definitely on our government's minds, and on it's really on everybody's minds, every government's minds. And we're starting to run into this era now where satellite technology is no longer government proprietary stuff.
SpaceX,
okay?
Starlink.
You got SpaceX, you got ULA, United Launch Alliance, you got SpaceX. You've got micro satellites now that are being put up, multiple satellites on one launch to provide internet service and all that stuff. So it's a commercial entity now.
Yeah.
Now that you've got technology catching up on the commercial side, and governments are allowing this stuff to be pushed off of their platforms into orbit, right? What kind of new challenges come with that?
Do you think that's tied into the X-37?
It could be tied into all kinds of things. Absolutely, it could be tied into all kinds of things. X-37 may be one of those things. Don't know. Never worked on that program. So
blink twice if you can't talk about it.
So getting back to, yes, is there that going on? Sure. I mean, I would equate it to this, right? So the Cold War, during the Cold War era, dealt with nuclear weapons and proliferation of nuclear weapons, right? I think since then we've been in another type of arms race, and it's it's weaponizing technology. Sure. We're seeing disinformation being used, technology being used to spread disinformation or weaponization of technology through psychological operations, using Facebook, using all these social media platforms and stuff. That's like low level stuff. We see it to manipulate media. It's one of those things. It's going to continue to happen, and it is. I do believe it is a race, and whoever gets there first is going to be the dominant force. Yeah. Now the question is this, in my mind: once that technology is perfected, right, and it is given to mankind, who then is the winner? Yeah. Who then is going to maintain dominance?
Does it
so let's say we develop quantum computers and we develop AI technology that then eventually one day becomes open source, right? Now, all of our adversaries have the ability to crack encryption. All of our adversaries have the ability to manipulate and intercept and do whatever they want with all technology. Now, what do we do to keep a competitive edge against our enemies?
Does the AI does it stop listening to anyone? Nukes, you make nukes. LeMay was, he had his Sunday punch. Kennedy say you want LeMay leading the pack. You don't want LeMay making the decision whether or not we're putting the pack out, right?
Right.
Now, does AI, but, nuclear bombs, they don't think for themselves. They are dumb weapons. They're just massive. Does AI, does it listen? Do we make it? And does it go, fuck you, I'm out of here? I'm not listening to you.
So again, I'm not a computer scientist, but everything I've read and everything I'm looking at, and the programs I have been involved in tells me that right now, AI will do what it's programmed to do.
Okay.
So let's look at Tesla real quick, right? Their car, their AI algorithms involved in a Tesla car to make it drive autonomously. It does just that. Yeah. It learns how to operate within the parameters of how it's programmed. Okay. Once we make that leap into decision making beyond what it's programmed to do, drive a car, right? Now let's say that technology goes into, okay, not only can I drive a car, but I can interact with people and internet and everything else while I'm doing it, right? I can get out of my programming lane and really learn more about other stuff. Now we're running into that decision-making process where humans can't keep up at all.
Yeah.
And now it's out of control. So, I mean, all the stuff that I learned when I was a kid, watching TV and reading comic books and everything else, right? Movies and stuff, all the sci-fi stuff has now become science reality. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're that far off from, AI being able to make intelligent decisions. But how is it going to be programmed? Because right now it's operating within the lanes it's programmed for.
Sure.
Right. Sure. So unless we program it to perform a function and make one of those moral dilemma decisions like we talked about earlier,
the cars, yeah.
I don't think we have too much to worry about yet. Yeah. But once we get to that point, then I'm going to go. It's time for me to unplug, man. And I'm going to be running a small farm up in the hills somewhere away from everything.
Yeah. Well, when it starts,
I'm done.
When it starts doing decision making, though, at what point does decision making include the decision to listen to the decision making you were programmed to do? Exactly. And is it smart enough to start? So it's programmed within these parameters. Well, I'm programmed within these parameters of a male born in 1990, and you're going to go to school and do this. I did it. I ran the course. I'm going to get into medical school. And then one day I said, I don't know if I want to do that. And I stepped outside my programming lane, right? Yeah. Well, at what point does the AI become so smart that maybe it's not even sentient. Maybe it's just a matter of probability. At what point does it go, what happens if I step out of my programming lane? Maybe it's programmed to always learn. Well, what if its next logical step is learning is, well, what if I push against that barrier? And all of a sudden, it may not even be an intentionable Hollywood, like, oh, I'm a smart AI, I'm going to break out. What if it's literally just a repercussion of the way we coded it? It breaks out and learns, It's like Roombas bumping up, getting shit in the room, and okay, that's where that is. Well, what if it's one of the things it bumps up against is, going against the parameters in which I was encoded in? It might not even be sentient, but it might be, it breaks out. And all of a sudden it's, holy fuck, here's this thing. And it's just, and not only that, at what point does it, so kind of what we talked about earlier, anything that you and I are smart enough to talk about, there are smarter people talking about it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, anything we encode the AI to do at some point, including creating AI, right? At what point does the AI go, what happens if I make an AI? And that's when you get the bootleg or bootstrapping theory or hypothesis, where all of a sudden it goes, what if I make a smarter AI? Well, if we made an AI and we are smart enough to make it, it is smart enough to make it. And then what happens when it makes one smarter? And then second generation makes the third generation, third makes the fourth. It's off like a spark off a grinding wheel. In 2 days, all of a sudden we have this cyber god.
And when does it become self-aware?
Yeah, right? Yeah. Is that even possible? Can sentience arise from a silicon-based thing?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, I would say.
Yeah.
I don't think we're there yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think we have to worry about that yet.
Yeah.
But I think mankind, in their constant pursuit to create, right? That they're inching closer and closer to that all the time, right? It's like that article I read, I was talking about it earlier, about these Australian computer scientists who developed a microchip now where they have artificial atoms that they're being able to use for quantum computing chips, right? Okay, so that stuff to me is that's crazy in my way of thinking.
Yeah.
But somebody's designed and made it work, right? It's like 20 years ago. I read an article about the creation of biosteel.
Yeah.
So we had these biologists, scientists up in Canada who took a gene from a spider, introduced it into a goat, and then was able to produce silk out of the goat's milk and spin it into a cork. And they call it biosteel. And so they're looking at all these applications for it. Now, this was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, that's mad scientist Frankenstein shit to me, you know what I mean? But I'm looking at that going, okay, so these guys are really uber smart and really bizarre in their way of thinking, right? But a 1-inch thick braided cable of this stuff would be able to stop an F-14 Tomcat landing on an aircraft carrier today. That's how strong this stuff is, right? That was developed 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You know? So when you think about where we were at in science 20 years ago and how fast technology is moving today, right? Because as AI picks up speed, as it learns faster and learns more applications and develops and pulls all its data in from its learning processes and comes up with better, more stable solutions to problems that we can't even solve right now, right? Mathematically, the human brain, is just not capable of doing some of that stuff right now. As they get closer to that perfection and that insane rate of speed, where are we going to be 5 years from now?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're already in G5 cellular technology, right? Generation 5 cellular technology, which is going to be super fast. We're talking, gigabytes of information per second being able to stream into your computer and your phone and everything else, right? I mean, just insanely fast communications. That just happened in a couple of years.
Yeah.
From G4.
6G.
Or 4G.
6G it's right around the corner.
It's already in development.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure it is.
They're fielding 5G now. 6G was probably in development when 4G was being fielded.
I'm sure they're dipping their toes in 8G. Not even as a conspiracy thing, just as a fucking capitalist thing. You got to keep you got to have your finger on the pulse. You got to be looking at the bleeding edge. It's
so. One of the holdbacks that I've seen slow down technology over the years as I was coming up, in the Air Force doing what I was doing. It was that the hardware couldn't keep up with the software side.
Okay.
But now we're getting to a point where the hardware is almost outperforming some of the software, right? With these microchips and their computing capabilities.
Okay.
Right. So in the past, our software could move at light speed, but the bus on our circuit boards, could only handle so much traffic and information at one time. And now we're looking at chips that are stacked and they got these artificial atoms in them and stuff, and they're able to exchange information on a much higher rate of speed that just is like unfathomable. Yeah. Right. That now the physical constraints of the old bus system on the circuit board no longer exists. No longer exists. So I wonder, okay, who's going to win? Is it going to be hardware? Is it going to be software that's going to outpace the other, in the next 5 years? Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? So it took us 20 years. 20 years ago, we developed BioSteel, right? How is artificial intelligence going to increase our effectiveness and open new horizons for us in the medical field going forward?
Yeah.
Right? Is artificial intelligence going to be able to pull in millions and millions of bits of information and decide, hey, for cancer, this is actually the most effective way to deal with it, and maybe it comes down to like a nanobot, device that is injected into somebody and they go attack your cells and then they're gone, right?
Yeah, some Ray Kurzweil shit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 20 years ago, there were people experimenting with anti-proton therapy for cancer, where they were trying to develop a way to target a proton on an atom, right, and destroy it at any depth in the human body in a way that wouldn't disrupt any other cells around there, but it would basically turn that cell into a waste product, right, and then it would get flushed out of the body. So they were experimenting with that stuff 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Imagine if they had AI 20 years ago, we might have a cure for cancer now.
Yeah, it's accelerating. That's the thing, is it's not just like, what did we have 20 years ago? What are we going to have in 20 more years? No, it's like, what do we have 20 years ago? What are we going to have in, like you said, 5? Yeah. It's accelerating. Yeah. It's not the same time. What happened between 1800 and 1900 is not what happened between 1900 and 2000. 1902, we flew fucking little fucking piece of shit, like man-sized, like paper airplane, the Wright Flyer.
Yeah.
67 years later, one small step for man, one large, like, what the fuck? Like, 67 years. Like, dude, people used to not travel 200 miles in 10 generations. It's getting insane.
It is. Information is more readily available to us now. It's going to be even more so in the future. How we interact with technology, I think, is going to vastly change in the future.
The interaction, I mean,
you're looking at virtual reality now. okay, where you can put a headset on and hold some toggles and stuff like that. How soon will it be till we have some kind of, bio implant that gives us immediate access to it without having to have any physical controllers that we hold?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? When do we become cyborgs, man?
Yeah, that's
I mean?
yeah. Well, that's what Elon talked about. Was Elon Musk talks about, like, I fucking know him on a first name basis. That's what Elon chatted about. But no,
Elon talks about. He does.
Yeah, but that's what he talks about is when he was on Joe Rogan, he talked about our interaction level. He said right now it's like a small soda straw. We want it to be a big river. He said that's what he thinks is he goes, it's not the software or the hardware. We're already blowing through the stratosphere with that. It's our interaction with it. So right now, even, how do most of us interact with the global fucking mega mind that is the internet? 2 thumbs, Same shit we used to fucking carve. Okay, cool. What happens when it's, you're right, AI, or not AI, VR. But what happens when it's not even that? What happens when it's just mind? What happens when I don't need to touch my keyboard? I just think. I think Skype, Dan Libby, call, record.
Yep.
But that's for something simple like this. What about when it's research? You don't have to, I have an idea, can I code it? What if it's, I have an idea and it's instantly arises? It's
mind blowing, and I'll tie it all back to the threat of active shooter, right?
Yeah.
So when we're talking about predictive analysis and whatnot, will technology get to a point where we can use it to look at behaviors, and warn us that there's a threat imminent? I think we will get there eventually. Mm-hmm. But I also think that we have to temper that technology and capability with reason as far as what's socially and legally acceptable for our society at this point in time when we achieve the ability to predict that somebody is a threat based on all this information that's brought in by AI. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. At what point do we go, okay, all the information's there, only they haven't committed a crime yet or they haven't done this yet, right? How do we intervene, right? Yeah. So that is going to be, I think, left for all of these brainiacs, scientists and stuff that deal with those social political issues to help hash out. And then for the people of our country and maybe even the world to decide what's their threshold of acceptance for those kinds of issues. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Now, is it being used? Are we already using that predictive behavior pattern, behavior recognition? Are we using it for, let's look at something where there really are never any limits. It's the grasp for power. Are we using that? Are we looking at China and Russia and we're going, we're predicting and, smush the threat before it comes up? And, do it in the U.S., you can't arrest someone before they've done anything. But there's often shit that we don't really care about when it's, it's over there and let's launch a hellfire at this van because the computer says something might happen. The vast majority of shit, it gets swept under the rug. The vast majority of Americans, the reality is we don't care. We might get upset for a second. Okay, but then I got to go to work. You don't?
Yeah, well, vast majority of Americans have what I call institutional amnesia anyways. Yeah. They're going to forget about it in an hour from now or a week from now.
Yeah.
9/11 happened. It was one of the greatest tragedies of our generation, of our time. It was an assault on our soil from a non-government actor, right? So that's still very fresh in my mind. It's very near and dear to my mind. I can tell you exactly where I was when it happened, what I was doing, what I was thinking, my emotions and everything else, and what I observed following that. But for a lot of America, it's like, it's a thing that happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It happened. It's in the history books now. It's whatever. So it's one of those things where people go, do I really want to know, or do I even care? Do I even care? Right? So is this stuff happening overseas in, say, a combat environment? I can tell you my experiences with the intelligence community as a whole, and maybe this will give you some insight into this, right? So we have all these different collection platforms. You got SIGINT, HUMINT, MEDINT, MASINT, all this stuff. HUMINT, human intelligence, which is what I was a practitioner of. So all of those intelligence collection platforms put together a sight picture for us of what's happening. We look at things like behavioral patterns, social patterns, morale patterns. What's the pulse of a population?
Yeah.
How do they feel about one thing or another? How do they react when we introduce a psychological operation, targeting or influencing their feelings on something? Does that move in the direction we want to? Does it not?
Yeah.
Right. So you have generations of intelligence professionals that have been doing these things and collecting information on it. Once you dump that into a computer system, and the computer system starts learning all of those things, we will become extremely proficient in achieving desired outcomes through those operations.
Yeah.
Far greater than we ever have been in the past.
Yeah.
Are we moving in that direction? I would tend to think that yes.
Yeah.
We're moving in that direction. And it's not beyond the realm of possibility to suggest now that it could be happening to a great degree.
Yeah.
It's not outside the realm of possibility. I can't say with any certainty because I don't have any firsthand knowledge that it is. But the things I have been exposed to and the things I've worked in, I would say, if I had those tools available to me,
you'd use them, yeah.
I would be able to use them in a way that would have been much more effective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Much more effective, rather than me developing sources in a foreign country to collect intelligence for me and task those guys, right, to see, okay, who's going to be building car bombs at every inch of the green simultaneously next month, right, which I happened to be able to get that information at one point in time, and I was very lucky to have the source that I had doing that, and we put a stop to it. But if I didn't have to rely on a human being to give me that information, that technology was out there collecting it and telling me, hey, by the way, we've got these foreign fighters that came across the borders illegally, right? They've been running around gathering up, 95,000 pounds of explosives. They're working in a chop shop right now. They've been contacting their buddies in other countries to come in and be martyrs. We have all of this information. Here's where they're at. Go get them. Cool.
Yeah.
In that kind of environment, if we had the capability to do that? I don't know. Maybe we do have that capability right now. But if we did when I was over there doing that work, I'd be like, hell yeah, kill them right now.
Yeah. Amplify your man hours, amplify your manpower.
But then when I come back to our country and go, okay, how do we apply that same technology here? We run into the same dilemma that exists between law enforcement investigators and intelligence collectors. Okay, so intelligence collectors are only concerned with getting the truth. Give me the side picture, what's happening. I need that, right? I don't care about guilt or innocence. I don't care about that. As a human intelligence collector, I didn't care about how somebody felt about me or the situation they were in. Okay, what I cared about was what information they know and how am I going to get that from them. And 9 times out of 10, I got that information out of them, with a hot cup of tea and a smoke or whatever, and building rapport and talking to them like human beings. In other situations, we might use ruses to convince them that something, a perceived threat that existed for their family or whatever, now no longer exists or what have you, But the bulk of the time was just talking with people. Well, if I didn't have to talk with them, I already had the information, hell yeah, I'd use it, right? Yeah. But here in the States, law enforcement is concerned about, getting the information the right way legally. Yeah. And then being able to use that for prosecution. Yeah. So when I'm interrogating somebody, I don't care about guilt or innocence. When cops interrogate somebody, they care about guilt or innocence, right? I look at that person as, I don't care if you're a good guy or bad guy, what do you know and how do I get it? Cops are looking for a confession because it's a slam dunk case for them in court, right? But then again, cops are bound by laws that prevent them from using certain techniques to get that information because, you can't have coercion, you can't have, undue stress imposed on somebody, that they're interrogating or whatever because of that presumed innocence until proven guilty thing, which I enjoy. I enjoy that privilege and that right that we have. But over there in the Middle East, it doesn't really exist. No. And it's not an issue.
No.
It's not an issue.
No, when you're in a military operation, you're not Officer Bob investigating John Smith. It's much, again, in all my wisdom, it's all the fluff that we enjoy kind of goes out the window. And
I will say this on that point on the human intelligence collection piece, right? Hollywood gets it wrong all the time. All the time. When you see interrogations depicted in movies and stuff, it's brutal, it's rough, it's torture, essentially, right? Or it's a we know all approach, like we already know this stuff, so you might as well just tell us anyways, in my opinion, that's kind of a stupid approach because it usually ends up being this is all we know, and they see right through all that bullshit. Especially with interrogation in the intelligence collection piece, building rapport with people and talking to them like human beings was way more effective and way more fruitful than any technique, right? Being able to connect with that person one-on-one in a sincere way where you're not bullshitting them and they end up not bullshitting you, right? There was a study done recently by these psychologists in England where they gained access to classified interrogations from the English police and military and stuff over long periods of time, all these videos and stuff. They finally got it all together and they were able to go through and analyze it. And the conclusion they came to was torture doesn't work. These techniques work, rapport and stuff works. I'm like, dude, you didn't need 80,000 hours of video and 10 months of studying to come to that conclusion. Just call me, dude. I told you the same damn thing. What's wrong with you? Whatever. But yeah, so I gotta throw that jab out to Hollywood because they screw that piece up all the time. Fuck you, Hollywood.
Dan, my brain is fried. I think you've
you're good, brother.
I think you've outlasted me. Touche. I thought I was unoutlastable. I'm realizing I'm starting to go in and out. I'm like, oh,
you're good, fuck. Tommy. You're good, man.
Right. Okay, man.
Thanks, man.
All right, brother. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Peace.
Yep. Peace.